and Mike Salk.
All right, hi, hello, good morning, everybody. Rock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports application, all the podcast platforms, and YouTube, and 97.3 HD2, all good ways to find us, listen to us, watch us, view us. Today we will have John Smoltz at 7:30. We will have Bryan Baldinger with us today at 8:30. So kind of a guest-heavy Friday, not something we always do. But that's what today looks like. And I don't know. I know that the whole algorithm thing is hard to fathom and fully understand and comprehend. And I'm sure my phone is listening to me in some way that probably should sketch me out. But yesterday, just kind of scrolling the Instagram reels, managed to find both a Bryan Baldinger breakdown of Jalen Milroe popped up last night, Maura. And then this morning, as I was getting ready for work and trying to wake up and once again scrolling for a minute, I saw a John Smoltz reel as he was talking all about realignment. And he's got a crazy scheme. Have you heard the John Smoltz scheme for realignment?
No.
Oh, it's like...
You're going to ask him about it?
Oh, I'm going to have to. It's like you play half the season, and then you award a playoff spot in July. And then you play the rest of the season to award the rest of the spots. But in order to get a bye, you have to continue to, play throughout the entirety of the season. I don't know. You got to hear from him. But isn't that... I mean, it was a little weird that
Sounds very wild.
Oh, it was pretty wild.
It's kind of like minor league baseball.
Is that how they do it?
You get a first half crown if you win the first half in minor league baseball, and you get an automatic bid into the minor league playoffs for your league.
All right. Well, I mean, maybe it's something akin to that. I mean, I don't know why. Maybe they'll just start caring more about things like the Vedder Cup. Start awarding playoff positions based on how you do in the Vedder Cup. What do you think?
So I was thinking about this earlier.
I love your answer.
I have family from New York and North Carolina. If the Jets and Panthers were to play each other every year, are they just going to start calling that the Goldstein Cup?
Yeah.
And give out some...
I mean, I think that's sort of the
trophy?
point. I think what it would be, you have to give some context.
I think Eddie Vedder might be a little more well known than your family.
A little bit, except
slightly?
for in Lyle's family, where he's not very well known.
But I'm a Seattle fan, despite all my family being from
I think
New
what
York
you
and
have to remember is if they were to play, it would be weird, right? Because there'd be absolutely no history of rivalry between the Jets and Panthers, and everyone else in the league would have some sort of a legitimate rivalry, and so you two were stuck together because there was nobody else. And then you'd look around and be like, how do we make this fun? How do we make it interesting? How do we make it not lame? And then you'd come up with something like the Goldstein Cup or some other connection between Carolina and New York. There aren't a lot of them. You're right. So there you go. That's all it is. It's just having a little fun with it.
Except the Padres' rival is the Dodgers.
It's not, though.
It
not
is.
According to baseball. Not according to Major League Baseball. According to Major League Baseball, their interleague rivalry is they don't have one. The Dodgers have the Angels. So that's it. They don't have one. Dodgers-Angels is interleague, freeway series. And so they don't have one. They're left out, much like the Mariners are. So they get kind of thrown together.
Lyle, is this keeping you awake at night?
Seriously.
I can't.
Really
I just
weird.
can't understand.
Yeah. It is. Of all the takes, this one is truly.
It's really the trophy that sends it over the top. The rest of it, I don't care that much.
I just think all that stuff is fun. Like they're just having fun with it. It really. I don't think anyone is taking it very seriously. But whatever. We'll stop debating it because it's been like 3 days of this now. So that's kind of what the old algorithm gave me last night. So we'll dig into that a little bit with both of those guys. I do have, let's see. I've got some ratings. You want some reviews of the show? I got some reviews here this morning. Let's see. We're still at a 4.6.
Oh, I was going to ask.
I know. And we got a ton of reviews, but as always, you get like 8 positives and then one-star review that just really hurts. So let's see. Best Seattle Sports Show. I tune in for the incredible takes, such as one caller who said running the football works in my 4-on-4 pickup games, so it's crucial for an NFL offense. He has a great point.
That was an incredible call.
My T-ball team was undefeated, and we hit 0 home runs, so Cal needs to hit for more contact. In all seriousness, the show's been a staple in my daily routine for almost 2 years now. Love the whole gang, Lyle included, and how they all bring something to the show. Keep up the excellent work. I love Lyle as well. I'm right there with you. Let's see. I've got this one. Best, this is Josh and Burien. Best sports show in Seattle, hands down. Thank you. Lyle texted me back today, so you earn 5 stars automatically. This show is the best sports show in all of Seattle. No one seems to like Salk. That's unnecessary. Some people like me. My God. No one seems to like Salk, but I usually agree with him, which makes me a little worried. Moore is clearly awesome, and Lyle has brought a lot of serious baseball perspective and baseball love, which I love. Brock, what to say about Brock? So awkward, so uncomfortable, but he's a fellow dog, and his football perspective is unmatched. Great show. Listen every day. Thanks for the daily entertainment. Oh, that's nice. That was a mostly good one. Let's see. Don't deserve a 4.7. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Salk continues to preach that robo-umps would be bad and there should be some gray area with the strike zone, or the fact that no one other than Jeff Passan ever pushes back on it. I mean, I think Lyle does. It's objectively stupid. He often says there is no real clear explanation of what the strike zone is, so you can't use technology. The very reason why there's ambiguity with the strike zone is because it's done by people, and no umpire will ever be more consistent or accurate than whatever the new technology can provide. I can't trust Brock, so it's up to you, Maura and Lyle, please. Thankfully, there's a 5 stars that goes with that. Thank you, Phineas.
Oh, thank you. I think Lyle and I both push back.
I think so, too, but you guys
maybe he means guess.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You guys are probably wrong. Let's see. Listener since 2009. Here's a second 5-star review. I'm using my wife's phone to give you a second 5-star review. Best Seattle sports show, and as a fellow Husky, I love Brock. But Mike, you give the East Coast perspective that is needed in Seattle. Moore is the best, and I enjoy Lyle for his Mariners takes. One small request would be an occasional boy howdy check-in. Yeah, I mean, he's busy, man. He's off, selling more Cutco knives or whatever it is that Howdy's doing these days. I can't help with that. And then let's see, 2 more. I listen to all 4 hours every day on Apple Podcasts. I love the show. Whether I agree with the takes or not, a knowledgeable, convincing argument is always presented, which I greatly appreciate when compared to many of the national analysts and podcasts. My only complaint is that as much as I try to listen to you on my way to school, I can't listen to either Brock or Salk unless it's at 1.75 speed. Maybe I'm just crazy, but you both talk so slow. Huh. I tend to think that this show is actually like
I've never thought that.
a pretty rapidly paced show compared to a lot of other
But I think a lot of people have
shows.
gotten used to the fact that they can listen to things at like 2 times the speed now. I never thought you guys were slow.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think this show moves pretty quick. But okay, hey, whatever, man. Like, that's your take. Lyle's overly hated for his sound work, and I can't actually believe that he has this little knowledge of the world. I'm a 16-year-old kid whose world revolves around sports, and even I know 100 more times more about the world than he does. Anyways, keep on doing what you're doing. Wow, Lyle, that's terrible.
He's probably going to some Ivy League school, that kid.
What an idiot.
Yeah, he's going to end up a failure.
No, I'm saying he's probably one of one. He's probably the smartest kid in his class.
And you're just more normal. And then, of course, you can never please everybody. 1-star review. Your ads are terrible. Salk, you're so freaking annoying. I've had about enough. Bring back Danny O'Neill. All right, well, we'll see what happens. That's always a distinct possibility. You never know here who may come back at any given moment. But there you go. That's a bunch of the reviews.
Still,
that I
thank
got
you
today.
for taking the time to leave a review.
I know, but 1 star really, again, all the good work we did there with all those 5-star reviews, it essentially gets all dried up with 1 star. It stinks, man.
What are the odds the 1-star people that leave those reviews actually really like the show, but they just think it's funny to not have the show get to a 4.7 and they just like to mess with it?
But that's why we say leave a 5-star and you can still insult us. Like if you just want to have fun with it.
I know.
I'm guessing they're all just Hawk Blogger fans. Like they want to make sure that Bryan stays on top by a percentage point, or maybe they're just Marine Layer fans who want you guys to be the crown and glory. Anyway, depressing. Nothing you can do about it. All right, here's what I got. No, we're not going to do a guest replay today at 6:30. There's so much sound, and it was G yesterday. Things got kind of moved around a little bit. So here's what I want to do. Bob and Dave interviewed Josh Naylor, and there's a ton of great sound from it. So I'm going to play you some of that, and I will react to a whole bunch of that. I also there was Mike McDonald sound. There's like a ton of really good stuff here, and I can kind of, I think, weave it into a whole conversation. So we'll do that at 6:30. As I said, John Smoltz at 7:30 and Bryan Baldinger at 8:30, and then of course your calls at 9:30. So yeah, kind of a cool day to finish up the week. It is Friday, a formal Friday, maybe even a fellow Friday later today. We'll see. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
And the pitch on the way to Junior.
It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark.
Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck.
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck, goodbye baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th, at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th, at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell, with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to GNC.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the pain now?
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, we know the Mariners can look like one of the best teams in the league, at least at home. Now, can they do it on the road? That's the question, and it'll start tonight. The one thing missing since the trade deadline deal to transform the look of this offense has been their ability to get it done away from T-Mobile Park, and tonight they begin a 3-city tour of Cleveland, Tampa, and then Atlanta. The big challenge here, probably the travel. None of these opponents are above 500. But, yeah, this is a good lineup now. And Dan Plesac joined the station yesterday and was raving about it.
Barring any injuries the next 5 weeks and the Mariners get in, they're a team nobody wants to play. One, because of the pitching, and two, the improved lineup. Josh Naylor goes up there to swing. He's not going up there looking to walk. And Eugenio Suarez can get a little streaky. But, man, if he gets on one of those heaters and gets rolling, he hits righties, he hits lefties, he murders hanging breaking balls. I really like this team. And Julio Rodriguez kind of did what Julio does. You know, April into May, you're like, when's he going to get going? And he's started to pick it up now. They're a force. They're a really good team.
They are a very good team. They just need to play like it for an extended period of time. George Kirby will get the first start tonight against Logan Allen in Cleveland. If you want to go back to last night, Houston wins, Boston wins, Yankees win, Royals off. So just to reset where we're at, 2 back in the West and 3 up in the wild card, 2.5 games behind New York for the first wild card, 2 games behind Boston for the second. Again, like, they're in pretty good shape, and you look at kind of what's behind them. Kansas City, not that great. Texas, not that great. Everybody else is below, or Cleveland, I guess, is the last team at 500, and they're like 5 back, and then everybody's after that. So, look, it's not done. You're not in the playoffs, but to not make the playoffs, I think would require really, something on your part, not just somebody else getting hot. You'd really need to blow this thing, and hopefully they don't do that, especially given the success or at least the talent level that is on this roster today.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Seahawks finally have a starting offensive line. It's official.
We have made a decision on our offensive line. So Abel started right tackle. Anthony Bradford started right guard. Jalen right now is our starting center. Gray's obviously at left tackle, and Charles Cross at left tackle, or left guard and left tackle, respectively. So, as you know, nothing's set in stone, but those guys have done a great job. Olu's done a phenomenal job. He's ready to go if anything happened, but that's the crew that we'll start the season with.
All right, so that makes sense, and I don't think that's a huge surprise to anybody. Big credit to Bradford for outright winning that job against a couple competitors. It was not that long ago. I think Brock was speculating that Bradford wouldn't even be on this team this year, and instead he rose to the occasion and clearly won the right guard job, so good for him. Hopefully that works. I think you can also hear in McDonald's language there as he says, he's Sundell's the starting center for now, right now. And so, I think that competition is probably still ongoing. Oluwatimi was going to be the starting center until he got hurt. Mike was asked about that.
It's tricky because Olu was having a heck of a camp, probably playing his best football of his career before he got hurt. Jalen just took advantage of the opportunity. So they were still competing at the time. We felt like the way Jalen played against Kansas City really put him in a premium position to ultimately start the season at centers.
So he'll start the season there. I would still expect that we will see Olu at some point this year. Doesn't mean that he'll finish the year or start the most number of games, but I would think we'll end up seeing both those guys at some point over the course of a full season. Now, what is the best news here? That for the most part, other than a little bit of rotation at center, they had some continuity on the offensive line, which is important.
It's always really important, and you can't just rep the same five all camp. Let's say we went into camp and we knew who our five guys were going to be. Yeah, of course you would, have a lot of those reps, and you probably get more than we got, but you do have to have contingency plan and cross train and things like that. So our guys got a lot of reps together, and that's a positive thing. But of course, the more reps it's like a secondary. The more you can keep the guys together, the better. But we're also in the development business and moving guys around and making sure that we're in for the long haul and guys are trained up in case something happened.
Yeah, so, all right, that is one of the major keys for this team. How good can that offensive line be? If it's good, I think this team could do, surprise a lot of folks. And if not, then they're probably going to be on the bottom side of that over-under ledger.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I don't know if you heard, huge trade yesterday as the Packers acquire who? Micah Parsons from Dallas. He goes from Dallas to Green Bay in exchange for 2 first-round picks and 29-year-old defensive tackle Kenny Clark, who is a really good player. Packers are going to give him a 4-year extension worth $188 million. They've been interested for a while.
There were people who said that Micah Parsons didn't have leverage, but his agent David Mulgeta did have leverage. He had the leverage of Parsons' talents in talking to other teams, and the Packers were highly interested all along, so much so that they were willing to pay him more than any other non-quarterback in NFL history ever has been made. And we have another blockbuster trade 1 week from when the Dallas Cowboys will be playing the Philadelphia Eagles on Thursday Night Football. There is a trade that has sent ripples across the National Football League.
Think the Seahawks could have done this? They have the 2 firsts, obviously, and maybe one of their DNs could have taken the place of a Kenny Clark. They don't really have a player quite like him. Yeah, I guess they could have. I'm not that surprised that they didn't, and certainly I don't think DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons were going to be playing together again anytime soon. It's just crazy how deals like this are so much more possible in the NFL. Green Bay has just as much money as Dallas does to spend on a cap, so yeah, I still think we're going to end up seeing that eventually in Major League Baseball. Huskies start their 2025 campaign tomorrow at home against a pretty good Colorado State team. Jed Fish, excited for the opportunity.
48 hours away. Awesome opportunity for us to have a great evening in Montlake. Looks like the weather's going to be beautiful. Should be a fantastic night. I've heard we have an incredible amount of students that have gotten tickets, even though they're not even in class. So fired up about our students, our faculty, all being a part of this game on Saturday night. Hopefully the entire community shows up and we have an incredible crowd.
Well, I would think it'll be pretty good. 8 o'clock start. You can see the game if you're not going on the Big Ten Network. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I'll tell you one thing, Lyle. There are definitely a group of people that have your back on the whole Vedder Cup thing. I am not one of them, and I think it's still the minority, but it is a loud minority. The people who agree with you very much agree with you, and I think, there are definitely a group of people out there that don't get the joke, which is great, and a lot of people that just, want to be mad. I saw...
Or people like me who just don't care.
Well, I saw, this was kind of making me think of it.
I don't think it's a reason to get mad.
Where I was scrolling, so I don't know, maybe I had a little time to scroll yesterday because it's like my second or third scrolling story, but I saw something where it was like a picture of a 49ers player who used to be a Seahawk saying like, oh, things are so much better here in San Francisco and this and that. And they never named the player. And I'm pretty sure the whole thing was fake. Nobody said it. It wasn't a real player. But to see all of the responses afterwards are hilarious. People being like, yeah, well, you were a bum anyway. It's like, you don't even know who that is. You're just angry. You're just trying to be angry. Well, yeah, why didn't you do that when you were here? Why didn't you say that then? Like, you don't know who that is. That's not even a real person. You're just getting angry for the sake of getting angry. And I think that's where some of the anti-Vedder Cup sentiment must lie. All right, we'll come back here. I got a ton of sound, including most of the interview. Great job by Bob and Dave getting Josh Naylor yesterday. He's a character in his own right, whether he's trying to be or not. You'll want to hear some of that and a whole lot more next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
We've got Gray Zabel, rookie guard.
Every afternoon at 2.
Our texters that text into the show will give you, some restaurant advice. Which way should they direct you?
Man, the simple thing is just you run the damn ball with like a steak and potato type restaurant.
I would certainly start with El Gaucho.
That's my favorite. Oh, yeah. I'm getting cultured by my left tackle, Charles Cross. So I just tried sushi for the first time like a week ago. That was all right.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, guys, you got to get it done. You got to get out to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. See the new hotel. Stay the night. Get a room at snocasino.com. It is spectacular. The views are incredible. It is incredibly luxurious. I love the pool, whole indoor-outdoor concept that was really, really neat. And then the sports bar. Oh, my gosh. It is huge. Also, kind of same deal, indoor-outdoor with tons of TVs and great food. Go check out the whole deal. Go to snocasino.com because Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I like Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports, not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
The Mariners postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Home Stretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees. Plus, you'll get priority access to our postseason presale.
Game winner, walk-off fashion in the ninth inning.
Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch.
Auto Lock Masters reminds parents 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Auto Lock Masters ALM, the family-owned automotive key specialist, proudly serving the greater Seattle area. Online at autolockmasters.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Not much of a rewind today, more of just some conversations, and we'll kind of mix and match some stuff, and I got a whole bunch of sound I want to get to, and definitely the Josh Naylor interview that Bob and Dave did yesterday, which was really good, really well done, and he's quite the interesting character. Anything he has to say, I'm definitely going to be all ears, so we'll get to that here in just a couple minutes. You want to start football or baseball? I guess we did a little bit of football talk before, so we'll start baseball, I guess, as the Mariners get ready for this huge road trip, and, you know, the big question is, can the pitching hold up on the road? I think we believe the hitting isn't going to be affected, right? If anything, the hitting should get better, this being, you know, kind of still a pitcher's park and this and that, and the pitchers, it's obviously helped them. But can the starting pitching especially do what it's done at home once they go out on the road? They're not facing Philadelphia and the Mets this time, and even Baltimore, who has a good lineup, even if they've had a kind of a lousy year. I mean, you're going to face a Cleveland team that's at 500 and then two teams under 500. You'd like to think they could have some success here in this road trip. So what do the pitchers need to do to have that level of success? Here was Dan Plesac.
When you pitch in a ballpark like the Mariners do and you go on the road, psychologically, you tell yourself that I'm going to pitch the same, but a lot of the times you don't. You got to spin the ball a little bit more. And then what happens? You're more 2-0, 2-1. And then you're a little hesitant to throw that same 2-1 fastball that you would throw in Seattle. Start pitching a little bit defensive. And there's one thing you can't do as a pitcher. You can't make a guy hit a ground ball. You can make a pitch that you think is going to give you the best chance to get a ground ball. There has been a pitcher alive that's living, breathing, that can say, hey, I could throw a pitch and I'm going to get a ground ball at will. And so what happens when you go on the road, you psychologically, you feel like you've got to be so fine and get ahead. And then you're like, okay, I want to get away from 2-0, 2-1 fastballs because that's what I do at home. And those are lazy fly balls that go out to die. And so you go on the road and you kind of change your arsenal of pitching. And all of a sudden from going on the attack, you start pitching a little bit defensive.
That's a pretty good pretty good explanation of what happens, and I think it does fit into some of what we've talked about. I mean, I think our general prevailing opinion has been essentially you can just throw more strikes at home, right? You can get away with more, and I think that's what he's saying, just in a little bit more detail, right? On the road, you start trying to be too fine because you're trying to stay out of those fastball counts. Whereas at home, if you get into the fastball count, okay, whatever, you throw it, and it's a, as he said, lazy fly ball that gets caught. But you do that in Philadelphia, and that ball's, 420 feet over the wall. So I think there's an element to it. They've got it's a mental thing, I would think, more than a physical thing. So figure it out. They got the right people on it. They've had some really, really good, sharp minds in their pitching department, coaching-wise. Their catcher, the pitchers themselves. I guess I have some faith that that'll get figured out. They've got good pitchers. I know it's been a challenge for them for a few years, but I do think that they've got good people, and ultimately that should solve the problem or at least mitigate it. Now, the other thing I have from Plesac here, so I guess I'm a little confused. Was this really a controversy? Because he was asked about it, and I guess he's explaining why he agrees with the decision to pull Bryan Woo in the 6th inning the other day, which ended the streak. Are there people that were upset about this?
I saw a fan on Twitter saying Wilson should be fired for not letting Woo.
Was that real? Or was that, I saw something like that, but I assumed it was somebody making fun of a straw man who had been saying that. Like, please tell me there aren't people out there that are saying the Mariners right now, Lyle, of all people, that the Mariners should be out there worried about personal accomplishments instead of whatever gives them the best chance to win. I assume that's not real, that no Mariner fan out there is complaining that the Mariners, a team that's been accused of, running everything through the PR department, et cetera, which I don't believe, but has obviously been part of a storyline out there, that Mariners team is going to be, is doing the wrong thing by giving themselves the best chance to win rather than worrying about a personal record? Certainly that's not a real argument that's being made out there, right?
Not that I've seen. Not a serious one, at least.
Good.
I didn't think pulling Bryan Woo when they did was crazy.
Nobody did. I don't know why anybody would think that. The bases are loaded. He's given up some hard contact, some soft contact. He's getting up close to 100 pitches. Here was Plesac explaining his view.
You know what? It was probably the right move, right? The last thing you want to do, the pitches, not just the 92 pitches, but he had worked so hard in that inning. And really, Gavin Sheets, the first run that was driven in was just kind of an excuse me, put the ball in play, ground ball that got through up the middle. And then, unfortunately, the swinging bunt that Woo made a great play on, it was a bang-bang play at first base. But first and foremost, it's a tough decision when to leave a guy in, when to take him out. The way it ended up, the Mariners won the game. You can't complain about it. I would have liked to have seen the record stay intact to be 26 for 26. And being a schlep rock that I am, I'm watching the game in my office. And I sent a tweet out saying, he's well on his way to being 26 for 26 as far as 6 full innings pitched. And wouldn't you know it, the next half inning, he goes 2/3 of an inning. So if anyone's to blame, I'll take the blame. Sorry, Brian, if I put the kibosh on you.
Yeah, well, it's glad to see I'm not the only one who has the ability to kibosh the Mariners. But, I don't believe that anybody had a legitimate problem with that. Heck, Woo didn't even have a problem with it. I mean, clearly he was mad in the moment, but I don't think he was mad at Dan. I think he was mad at himself. And as he said afterwards, and unfortunately the sound quality wasn't really good enough to keep playing, but he was like, yeah, look, guy gave me more than enough chances to get out of it. I couldn't do it. I want to be in those situations. It's up to me. This is pretty simple. I'm going to move on because I refuse to imagine that there were people that were actually upset with Dan about that.
I think you underestimate the things that some fans get. I just checked the comments on a couple of the posts, and there were people that were upset.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, people blow my mind. Anyway.
You've been doing this a long time.
That doesn't mean people don't continue to surprise me, Maura. They continue to surprise me. Day after day, year after year, the people surprise me. Maybe I just always give the people too much credit. I think that's what it is. I tend to believe. I'm an optimist. I believe in the people, and maybe I just give them too much credit. That's how I'm always described. All right. Let's see. I'll get to the Naylor stuff in a minute. Let me do a few minutes of football. Then by 6:45, we'll get to Naylor. Here was Mike McDonald talking about his running game. This, to me, is, at least right now, one of the biggest stories about the Seahawks heading into the year. A week from today, we'll be doing our final tune-up show before the season begins for real. And, everything for me is pointing towards a team that legitimately does care about being physical, running the rock, and is making decisions all around that. We talked about what it looked like in that second preseason game. We talked about what it looked like when they made their cuts and decided to go with guys on the outside that aren't as fast, aren't necessarily as prolific at receiving, but are good blockers and are going to really fit the mold of what this team wants. Here's Bob Condotta with more.
And then just the way the offense, I think, has evolved in camp as well, that, I think they're really confident in their running game and really excited about it. And blocking by receivers is a big part of that as well. And that's not something that MVS really was his strength, but, they feel like it really is for all three of those other guys. So, I think it was just kind of a fit thing and all that. And, and I think maybe they got the sense that as camp was wearing on, that he was kind of feeling like maybe this wasn't going to be as good of a fit as he thought it was as well. And so, you just sort of sever ties on that now instead of dragging it out into the season.
I don't even think we're making a big enough deal about this. This is a big thing. It pretty much blows me away in a positive sense. This is a big deal. Think about what Condotta just said. The Seahawks were trying to figure out who should make the team as a wide receiver after they'd given some legitimate money to MVS. And they made their decision based on who's the best fit. And what was the best fit? The better blockers, the more physical players, not necessarily the fastest or best wide receiver for catching the ball down the field. That is a remarkable commitment to doing what you say you want to do. I don't know that I could think of a better example than that. Hey, who should we keep? Well, let's keep the wide receiver that's the better blocker. I love it.
To be fair, they want those guys after they have JSN and Torrey Horton, who are pretty fast. Because you do want both.
That, but even JSN and Cooper Kupp, and we'll talk more about them later today, like neither of them are like that straight up, tall, long, number one wide receiver. And you can say that about Torrey Horton, but he's a 5th-round pick who's never played in the league before. You're not wrong. Obviously, I understand what you're saying.
No, I guess I'm just saying that I like the balance.
God,
yes,
the
I want that physicality, but I
this.
like that they also, at the top line, have guys that are more athletic.
I think it's unbelievable. I think that they are committing to that is unbelievable. And by the way, Cooper Kupp, another excellent blocker. I mean, like one of the big things about him during his time in LA was what a great blocker he was and how he would help spring running backs all the time or other wide receivers on the screens and this and that is a huge part of his game. So, I mean, like 4 of the 6 wide receivers they're keeping are specifically known as being great blockers. That is remarkable. And yeah, the other 2 at that point would be JSN and Torrey Horton, who's a rookie, et cetera. I'm not saying they don't want guys who can run and catch and beat you deep down the field. Of course they do. They're wide receivers. I'm not saying that they're like turning this back to the Stone Age. But the fact that when given a choice, that's when these things become a big deal. When you're given a choice between 2 things that are close to equal, but have different strengths and weaknesses, you choose the thing that fits your scheme, that fits your system, that fits your identity better. And I love the fact that they did that at wide receiver. Here's Mike McDonald on where his run game is at.
It's our process. I know it's not a fun answer, but it's just, we haven't game plan. We're starting the beginning of game plan right now. This week, we're really sharpening our tool set and going into a real game week. It's hard to say like, hey, we're going to go run the ball 48 times for whatever we did against the Chiefs and could have ran it better against Green Bay at their place. So right now, am I excited about the inputs and how we do business? Absolutely. I love how we coach it. I love the soundness of what we're doing. I love the creativity. I love the consistency, the stacking wins idea of, hey, we're going to keep it in our wheelhouse and then we're going to dress it up different ways, make it look the same. All that stuff that you always hear process-wise is awesome. And so really excited about how that's going to show itself. Look, we're going into week 1 and it's really exciting, but I'm thinking about like, hey, this weekend, let's go get a breath of fresh air and then we'll come back. Let's be fresh, put the best possible game plan we can against San Francisco and then go rip it on Sunday.
So a good answer from Mike. Mike was kind of like, he was in a little short with everybody yesterday. I wasn't there, just listening to the sound. Pretty funny. Like the beginning of every cut in our system, he sounds a little annoyed.
Bro, I really don't care.
right? There was one.
It's our process. I know it's like
the laugh there. Here's another one.
Oh, I mean, we understand the standard of what we're trying to create.
Doesn't he sound like a little frustrated with everybody?
Well, they just spent a ton of time together. I mean, they're always watching extra tape.
There's a little Belichick in here.
Look, if you're asking me for fashion advice, you're asking the wrong guy.
I don't know. There's just something about, like, every answer kind of started off the same way.
Probably shouldn't be commenting on guys on other teams right now.
I don't know why, but as I was going through that this morning more, I was just kind of cracking me up. Did you cut all this yesterday, or did somebody else cut this?
I think Lefko did that first.
Okay. So you it's not like you went through it and we're hearing it all. I don't know. For whatever reason, the vibe just kind of cracked me up. And maybe it's the perfect lead-in to Josh Naylor, who's another guy who sure seems to be disgusted with everything around him. I mean, especially bad pitches that he ends up hitting for home runs. Nothing makes him look more disgusted than the fact that a pitcher has chosen to throw that awful pitch, and he's just destroyed it, put it up into the upper deck somewhere. But he sat down, or at least stood, for a fun interview, I thought, with Wyman and Bob. Very informative. They did it kind of down by the dugout, and kudos to them. They did it with just a cell phone, got there, and I'm sure he, I'm sure he wasn't like that accommodating, like, oh no, how can I come to you, and this and that. Like, they went and did the work and got out there with it, and here are some of his answers. Let's start with talking to runners at first base. Maybe you've noticed he doesn't like doing that. J.P. Crawford has already said he thought that the guy hated him until he started playing with him. So Naylor explains why he doesn't like to talk.
I mean, I don't mind having a conversation at first. I prefer not to. I just like to focus on the next play, the next pitch. I'm really just working pitch to pitch, trying to understand the hitter's swing, whether he's left or right-handed, trying to understand the sequence we're going to throw this guy, and how... If this pitch is thrown, he usually swings like this, so he's going to hit it here 90% of the time. And if he gets this pitch, he's going to hit it here. So there's a lot of things I'm going through in my mind while playing defense, and I don't really want to talk and be distracted. Not that I can't do both, but I just prefer to be ready for if the ball comes to me, or, if we're doing double cut, like I got to be in the right position. So it's just like little things like that. I just try to... focus on while I'm playing defense. Again, I don't mind having a conversation, but I try to make it quick and get it over and done with.
I think we can identify. Sometimes we're like trying to get stuff done in here and focus, and G just comes in and
it's pretty much the same thing.
Like a conversation.
Yeah. Gee, we don't have time for conversations. We're in the middle of actually, doing work. All right,
Try
couple
and focus
things.
on defense.
Couple things about that. I love it. First of all, I absolutely love it. Yeah, I can multitask, but I prefer to, concentrate on my job that I'm being paid millions of dollars to do. All in on that. I think it's great. Second part of it for me is, as I was walking around talking to people the other day at the park, I did have someone in the organization in the dugout tell me that he is among the smartest baseball IQ players he's ever been around. Think about that. And this is a guy who's been around for a long time. One of the smartest baseball IQ people he's ever been around. And in order to use that baseball IQ to your advantage, you have to be able to focus. You have to be able to concentrate. And it's how he's stolen a bunch of bags this year. It's how he plays pretty good defense at first base, despite not being the most athletic-looking dude. All those things, you got to make up for it, right? If you're 5'10", 240 or whatever he is, you got to make up for some of that, especially in the field and on the base paths. How do you do it? By using your mind. By using your mind. I love it. I absolutely love the answer. I love this guy. Just love him. He talks here about growing up and playing multiple sports. He did grow up in Canada and played some hockey as well.
Our parents just try to put us in a lot of things just to get different type of movements and kind of game flow, and that would help you in whatever you chose to do at the end of the day. I think we all played hockey for like 12 years, and that taught us a lot about balance, a lot about agility, a lot about explosiveness, reading the ice, awareness of where your teammates are, passing, being delicate with the puck with your hands, but also being firm. Like, it taught us a lot with baseball, balance in the box, hand-eye coordination. The fielding aspect is more like the offensive or defensive awareness. Like, I think playing multiple sports growing up it's a good thing to do.
I had never really thought of that combination between baseball and hockey specifically, two sports that I love. But I absolutely agree, love totally everything about the idea of playing multiple sports and using one to help with the other. And, obviously Brock and I have spent a lot of time talking about it. His kids, all of them, have played multiple sports as long as they can. Titus is still playing, 3 sports? As a sophomore in high school, he's playing football, basketball, and baseball.
When you get as specialized as he is, like when you're going to a school that makes football,
I know.
everything. I don't even understand how kids can do that. It seems like a lot, but I definitely think multiple sports is a good.
And it feels like for him, basketball's a distant third. I mean, he just sort of started playing to have some fun. But again, like all of those, and I don't mean to make Titus like the usually that's Brock's job is to make him the focal point of the conversation. And I probably should have gone with Cecily here since she's actually playing hockey. But I guess I just kind of look at it and say, yeah, of course. Of course, basketball helps with hockey, helps with baseball, helps with soccer. All of these things help with each other. Of course they do. And I see it with tons of the other kids. And you can see, there's one gal on Cecily's team the last couple of years who's a really good soccer player. And her dad played pro soccer, played at UW. And you can see how that training absolutely helps her with her vision on the ice and the moves that she makes. Of course. I hadn't considered necessarily the hockey to baseball one. But I totally believe it when Naylor explains it. So I thought that was really great. He does go on here, and I think most fans will love this, to talk about being in Seattle. It's been about a month now that he's been here and how much he likes it.
The fan base is crazy. It's like almost electric. You can sometimes feel the ground shaking a little bit when something cool happens. But I just try to play baseball. I just like to wake up, come to the field, work hard, win the game, go home, repeat. But so far the fan base has been awesome. Even my family says they're incredible and probably one of their favorites that they've had in my career. So they love coming here now just to kind of be a part of this atmosphere.
I don't really know, but my family likes it. It's pretty good. Lyle laughs every time this guy talks. You like him, huh?
I do like him.
What is it?
I mean, I think it's just that he's so unique, and the guy's intense, but his answers are so different than from what any other player gives you. And it's short a lot of the time, but it's what makes him who he is.
Well, if you were looking for a short answer that is different from one that everyone else would give, the last cut I have from him certainly fits the bill. Here he is talking about T-Mobile Park.
I mean, I've always liked hitting here. I've only been on the away side, and I couldn't wait to check off this place and come here and hit. I think it's a hitter's park more than a pitcher's park, to be honest. I think it's easy to hit here.
So
he's the one.
Let me just draft a tweet here while we're sitting here on air.
While we're sitting here.
Sup, bro? Did you see this at Teoscar Hernandez? And I'll save the draft.
Yeah, I don't think Teoscar would agree with this. No, I think Teo would be like, yeah, I don't think so. Not a fun park to hit in, but he thinks it is.
Haven't they all been hitting better at home this year? It's so weird. Like right after who wrote that article for MLB.com about all the specifics of why it's so hard to hit here? Yeah, I feel like this year has been kind of an outlier.
Well, been nice weather here this year too. I mean, maybe
True.
The marine layer and some of those factors haven't been as profound this year. I don't know. I've talked to enough people that I still believe it's pretty hard to hit here, but that doesn't mean I don't like the attitude of Naylor being like, well, maybe it is, but I'm not going to admit that, essentially. Like, yeah, sure, the numbers will show you whatever, but if I like it and I feel confident and it fits my eye, then it's fine. And obviously it didn't fit Teo's eye or Justin Smoke's or a whole lot of other people over the years. But if it fit his, great. I mean, Gino's had a lot of success here, too. He's another guy who didn't seem to be all that bothered. Luke Raley came here last year. He wasn't all that bothered. Again, none of these things are absolute. When you say that something is a pitcher's park, it's looking at reams and reams of data, not just saying, hey, these 7 people think that. Like, it's not going to be that way for everybody. And if it's good for him, great. Love it. All the more reason to sign this guy long term.
Yeah, it gets rid of that argument that people are like, well, he might not want to be here because hitters don't want to play at this park.
Sign this guy up, man. Everything about him is a sign him up for the long term type of deal, man. I just love it. I just love him, love the whole Josh Naylor situation. I think he's great. Give me more Randy, give me more Josh Naylor. Those two personalities to me are what makes baseball great. Look, those guys are hilarious.
Well,
I'm all in.
The Mariners put something out yesterday of a get to know Josh Naylor, and they asked him what his favorite artist was, who his favorite artist was, and he said, I don't have a favorite anything. See, now that right there, Naylor is absolutely intense and he's definitely unique. But when you hear answers like that That's what makes me think a little bit of this is a commitment to the bit. You can't just say any art. You can't pick an artist. You can't pick a favorite food you have.
Is that what you're doing when you say you don't know anything that we ask you? Is that just a commitment to the bit, or is that real?
Sadly, no, that's real.
Who's your favorite artist?
Travis Scott.
Okay. That's number one?
Yeah, that's what I grew up listening to.
All right. Dude, chill. I'm just asking. That's number one. Okay.
I mean, growing up, I had a different favorite hip-hop artist. He's just I sadly do not listen to his music anymore because he can't really be talked about anymore.
Is that Kanye?
Maybe.
Yeah, it seems like maybe you're going down that road. I get that. It stinks when those things happen, man. It really is the worst. When you love somebody as an artist or an athlete or whatever, and then you learn that about their personality or who they are, you're just like, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I had that conversation with Bump just the other day, and unfortunately, I think for him, I ruined an artist that I think he liked. All right, let's come back here. Brock's going to be here in a minute. John Smoltz is going to join us at 7:30, and then Bryan Baldinger at 8:30. There is some gigantic news yesterday, obviously, in the NFL. Does it affect the Seahawks? Maybe. It's next on Brock and Salk.
And the pitch on the way to Junior.
It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark.
Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck.
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck goodbye baseball number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Step into Seahawks game day at the Pro Shop, where the roar of the 12s begins. And official Seahawks gear is always within reach.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
This is the Pro Shop. Visit the official store of the Seattle Seahawks, located at Lumen Field and the Landing in Renton.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. Which means you'll save hundreds for your business. And get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Tune in September 7th as the Seahawks take on San Francisco. Kickoff is at 1:05 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right, junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to GNC.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Good morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael.
Here on a Friday. Guest-heavy Friday. John Smoltz in a half hour, Bryan Baldinger at 8:30. All of you out there at 9:30s, we'll take phone calls, open phones. At the end, maybe somebody will, make another comp and tell us what they learned through 4-on-4 football and, beer league hockey and God knows what else. You never know what direction the people will go. And we'll talk quite a bit about the Mariners starting their big road trip tonight. Got some thoughts on what they can do at 8 o'clock. But the big news in the sports world yesterday, giant news. Micah Parsons traded from Dallas to Green Bay. Your initial thought when you heard that, Brock, was?
Yeah, I was still pretty shocked. I thought this was all just a negotiating, both publicly and privately, from Micah's side and his acts and Jerry's side and his mouth. I honestly thought it was just like an old oil man getting a deal done. And no matter how much chaos and how much crazy, you're going to keep your young superstar, and ultimately did not. So I was pretty surprised by this.
To me, this is one of those reminders of you just never know until one thing happens one way or another, right? It was the same with Trey Hendrickson. It was the same with all these
Russell
guys.
Wilson.
Right? Sometimes they do end up signing, and sometimes they end up, where all the smoke is, there's fire. Yep. You never really know. That's why I always think it's bizarre. People are like, that's never going to happen. You're crazy. Like, really? Well, Micah Parsons was never going to happen. Russell Wilson was never going to happen. And then sometimes it doesn't, like Trey Hendrickson. You just don't know really what's going on inside these negotiations. Now, I wonder if this one was complicated by the fact that Jerry didn't really know the name of the guy who he was talking about.
There was no question in our mind that Michael could bring us a lot of resources on a trade.
I think it's Micah.
What I would like to say is I firmly made a commitment to Michael this spring.
Again, that's Micah, not Michael. So I can see why maybe, that led to some of the challenge here. He thought he was negotiating for the wrong person, which I guess happens when you're Jerry Jones and maybe you're addled at this point in your career. I don't know.
Yeah.
Brock, I found myself thinking yesterday about the Seahawks as this went down, obviously. Could they have? Should they have? And I think the answer is probably no. right? I don't know that they had this. I don't know that they were in the right position to go as far as Green Bay did for Micah Parsons, and probably especially after bringing in DeMarcus Lawrence in the offseason. Those two guys don't get along at all. Could they have? I don't even know if they could have. I don't even know if they had the right package.
I mean, you can trade Leonard Williams.
That's essentially what it would have been,
pretty
right?
much. Yeah, Clark's a really good player. He's a really good player. He's Jaron Reed plus. He's probably right in between.
They already paid him $8 million.
He's Jaron Reed, but at 29.
Yeah, Jaron Reed plus. He's a little more than Jaron. He's maybe not quite
younger.
Leonard Williams. Yes, and younger.
And you don't
He's
really
a really good player.
You don't really have that player.
No, you don't. And 2 first-round picks, which, for Green Bay will likely be in the 20s. So how big a deal is that? If you're Green Bay, Salk, you have to support a young quarterback that you have invested everything in. You go as your franchise quarterback goes. You've also proven, if you're Green Bay, your second, third, fourth-round picks over the years, I was going back and looking at their drafts, are really good. Really good. So if we're going to give up our first-round picks, do we have a track record? Do we have that alignment we talk about all the time in the NFL? And they do. They're one of those organizations that is of that ilk and that quality. So I think it makes a lot of sense for them. I will also say this. This might work out for Dallas too. Right? This might work out. I don't know in the short term or long term. I mean, Luka Doncic, that was panned more than this. And obviously, basketball is a little different. They end up getting the kid out of Duke. Oh, my gosh, we got younger. We didn't have to pay this guy $400 million. And oh, by the way, we know more about him than anybody else does. And for Luka, I think there was some fear long term with how he would take care of himself. Micah's a really noisy player. And maybe Green Bay will be the perfect place. Again, the perfect place for him outside of so much of the noise and the bubble of Dallas and all the hype and everything else. So I think it checks every box. If you're in Green Bay,
I
you're
agree with you
thrilled
on all that, Brock. I think that's really well said, and I kind of have that on my list of things to talk about today as well. You bring up Luka. I might have brought up Rafael Devers, right? Every time the entire world gets together and decides that somebody has made a horrible trade and this, that, and the other, come on, there's two sides to all of these things. Yes, if I had to say, is this a good trade or a bad trade? 60-40, it's a bad trade for Dallas, maybe even 70-30. But this 100-0, oh my God, it's the worst thing of all time. Stop. We've seen this too many times. How do you possibly keep getting fooled by the same groupthink every single time? Do I think it's a good move for Dallas? No, I don't think so. Do I think it's the worst move of all time and this and that? No. Here's the one caveat I'll give to that. The one reason I don't want to be the guy saying, hey, I think this might end up being pretty good for Dallas when it's all said and done, is that I don't think Jerry Jones made it for those reasons at all.
Yeah.
If I had any faith, even an ounce of faith that Jerry was doing this because he thought it would make his football team better, I would be right there, just like what the Red Sox did. The Red Sox legitimately felt that trading Rafael Devers was going to make them better. What happened right afterwards? Craig Breslow comes out and is like, we're going to be better. And then they were. If I thought that was the impetus behind it for Jerry Jones, I would be right there. I think the entire impetus behind Jerry Jones is to prove that he's in charge. I don't think this has anything to do with trying to win football games like it did in Boston, like it did in Dallas. I think that with Luka, I think this has everything to do with I'm in charge. I'm Jerry Jones, and you don't get to tell me what to do.
Yeah.
And
that's what's got to be so hard
really
for a Cowboys
fan.
fan.
Yeah.
Because you just, and at this stage, and, we have seen this in the political realms, not to make this political, but, we see this in the political realms where you try to cover or you try to hide and you're just like, okay, we're too old for this. Like, this just isn't working anymore. Like, we've got to turn it over, and I was reading a big, long column, I forget who wrote it, about, what's to follow Jerry. And it's certainly going to be a son. It's going to stay in the family. It's not going to get sold. So Stephen Jones is going to take this thing over. And how do you do that? And when do you do that? And I'm there with you, man. When you don't know Micah's name, that's a problem. That's a real problem. When the PR spin, if you listen to more of that, was, well, now we're going to be able to stop the run. We've not been able to stop. Like, oh my gosh,
it's ridiculous. And it just feels like a power play. And you even hear that from Schefter.
This is just the way that he's done business over time. And it's never, ever come back to bite him. And I would say in this particular case, he doesn't believe it came back to bite him anyway because he believes they're a better team, in his words, right now, having traded Micah. Again, history will be the judge. We'll see. But I think he's done that throughout time.
He believes they've traded Michael, but what he's trying to do is fight the union, fight the agents, it doesn't feel like football is the real priority there. So,
From the Seahawks perspective of it, Hawkblogger made a good point about this when you guys reference having information on the player. Doesn't it just feel like the Seahawks probably weren't interested in the guy, in spite of being a top 2 to 3 pass rusher in the league? Adam Dirty spent all this time in the world around the guy. Doesn't it feel like there's a reason they weren't bidding for this?
Yeah, and I think the fact that they went with DeMarcus Lawrence over him, right? Like, not that that was a choice one or the other, but, those guys hate each other. And I think there's probably, I'm going to guess Dirty had picked a side in all of that. Yeah, I think that makes sense. On the other hand, Micah Parsons is really freaking good. Like, let's not get carried away on the other side. Is like, he doesn't do this.
What it's going to do is it's going to make Green Bay Green Bay's going to be really good.
Really good.
Yep.
He's a top 2 pass rusher in the league. Him and Myles Garrett. Maybe throw TJ Watt in there.
But looking at some of the numbers and things, it's 2. It's him and Garrett, and really that's it. And TJ's good, this and that, but it's these 2 guys.
And the Packers defense was already good last year.
Yeah. Packers become a real problem.
Yeah. You don't have to play the Packers this year, though, right?
No, just in the NFC Championship game in our place.
But
We're going to, why don't we fake field goal, onside kick, 2-point conversion miracle. We're going to find a way.
You know what? Those 2-point conversions come down every time, Brock. All you got to do is throw a little Hail Mary from one side of the field over to the other. Wait for Luke Wilson to turn around 5 times and catch the ball.
Salk, podcast. We're going to do a podcast, a 30 for 30. What was the craziest play of that entire run?
It is that play to me, and it's not that close.
I mean, what in the world was Clinton-Dix doing on that play?
No idea. I don't know. Laughing. I don't know. Russell gets chased out and just desperately throws a moon ball, which is the right thing to do, by the way. If it gets picked, who cares? Yeah. And Luke Wilson didn't do anything spectacular. It just worked out. Unbelievable. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. And then John Smoltz. Talk about wacky. Have you seen Smoltz's, Brock, have you seen what he wants to do with realignment?
No.
Oh, this is going to be quite the conversation. That and a whole lot more coming up in 20 on Brock and Salk.
And the pitch on the way to Junior.
It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark.
Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck.
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck goodbye baseball number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, is celebrating the Ford Summer Sales event with incredible offers, like the 2025 Ford Ranger XL STZ Super Crew 4-wheel drive. Qualified buyers can lease one now for $324 per month for 36 months with $35.99 due at signing. West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it!
Hey, baseball fans, T-Mobile is turning up the excitement with the Grand Slam giveaway. Want to score 4 premium tickets to an upcoming professional baseball game? This is your shot to experience the action like a VIP. Stop by your nearest T-Mobile Experience store and enter for your chance to win. While you're there, check out all the amazing deals and perks waiting for you with T-Mobile, your hometown network. Don't strike out. The Grand Slam giveaway won't last forever. Visit your local T-Mobile Experience store today for your chance to win 4 premium professional baseball tickets.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
From the roof to the deck, the siding to the gutters, and energy-efficient windows, State Roofing and Exteriors is your one-stop shop for home protection. With over 55 years serving Western Washington, we don't just work here, we live here. We know what your home is up against when the cold sets in and the rain starts falling. Right now, we're making it easier than ever to get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Mariners have been tremendous at home since the trade deadline, where they really transformed and remade their whole offense. Can they do it on the road? That's really the one big question they have left to answer, and that test will start tonight. They begin a 3-city tour: Cleveland, Tampa, Atlanta. None of those 3 teams are great. In fact, Cleveland is 500. The other 2 are below 500. So it's not necessarily about the quality of opponent. It's just getting it done, and the East Coast trip and the travel and all of those things. George Kirby will get it started tonight against Logan Allen. Now, in terms of the offense, one thing that I think they've enjoyed here is having, for the most part, a pretty set lineup. It'll change a little bit when they're facing lefties, but Cal Raleigh thinks that's a big deal this time of year.
It just brings a consistency every day, and, guys, it makes you, you're able to do your job a lot easier, when, all right, well, I'm going to be in the lineup, I'm going to be in the same spot every day. I know what my job is. I'm trying to get on base, or I'm trying to drive in runs, or my job's, to protect this guy, or vice versa, whatever it is. So it's nice to have a consistency every single day, and like I said, it brings that peace of mind, and You don't show up to the field every day. Am I going to get, moved down because I went 0 for 3, or just having to check every single day, kind of looking over your shoulder in a way.
One thing that will be nice about this one that starts in Believe Land, 65, 67, and 71. The high temperatures Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So some normal weather.
A very, very, not humid, no thunderstorms in the forecast. Actually kind of unseasonably cool to some degree, which should be right at home for a lot of these guys. Now, Tampa and Atlanta, it might be a thunderstorm or a pop-up storm or maybe a little different level of humidity.
I'm surprised you kind of glossed over some of those Cal comments there. I think that's... You know that I'm a pretty big fan of the guy who was the manager here before. I think that's a pretty telling comment, though, about one element of his managerial style that was starting to drive some people crazy, especially Cal, and maybe one of the reasons that they have had a little bit more success hitting this year. I don't know that you could prove that one thing is better than the other, but I'm going to guess, just based on those comments and some other things I've heard in the past, that that's actually a bigger deal.
I wasn't ready to get feisty yet on this Friday. Not yet.
I don't think it's that feisty. I think that's actually pretty interesting and helping to explain some of the differences we've seen.
Well, we did,
this
right?
year.
Yeah, we heard about so much of the miscommunication, and maybe somebody wants this and somebody wants that, and a little bit of this and a little voice in that. And Dan's just like, nope, enough. This is what it's going to be. Guys are going to gird their loins. They are going to know exactly where they are. There's going to be a consistency to it, and we're going to go out and attack it.
Yeah. All right. Houston wins, Red Sox win, Yankees win, Royals off. So 2 back in the West, still 3 up in the wild card.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks officially have themselves a starting offensive line, Brock. Mike McDonald making the announcement yesterday.
We have made a decision on our offensive line. So Abel started right tackle, Anthony Bradford started right guard, Jalen right now was our starting center. Gray's obviously at left tackle, and Charles Cross at left tackle, or left guard and left tackle, respectively. So, as you know, nothing's set in stone, but those guys have done a great job. Olu's done a phenomenal job. He's ready to go if anything happened, but that's the crew that we'll start the season with.
It's really the crew for the last, 3+ weeks?
Mm-hmm.
And just, again, back to that Mariners lineup of knowing each other, knowing your role, knowing what to expect. I think it's even more so when you talk about the continuity and the the nonverbals necessary for the best offensive lines to work together. And that will be the youngest offensive line in the NFL, bar none. There cannot be another offensive line that starts 5 guys all on their first contracts, let alone a rookie, a second-year player, a third-year player, right? I mean, that is a young offensive line, which will be a great conversation with Baldy in, I don't know, about an hour or so.
I thought it was interesting. There was a right now in there when referring to Jalen Sundell as the center. We'll see.
Does McDonald not bookend every comment?
No, he does, but that one jumped out to me, and it should. I mean, Olu's probably right there and might have even been the starter were it not for the injury, and McDonald even addressed that.
It's tricky because Olu was having a heck of a camp, probably playing his best football of his career before he got hurt. Jalen just took advantage of the opportunity, so they were still competing at the time. We felt like the way Jalen played against Kansas City really put him in a premium position to ultimately start the season at centers.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know whether that is a job that's set in stone forever, but at the very least for right now, he will be the starting center.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Spend a little time on that, but Micah Parsons' huge trade yesterday goes from Dallas to Green Bay. 2 first-round picks and 29-year-old defensive tackle Kenny Clark, who's a heck of a player. Packers are also giving him a 4-year extension worth $188 million, making him the highest-paid non-quarterback in the league. Could the Seahawks have done it? I don't think so. I don't know if they have 2 firsts and the right player to go with it. Maybe that's one of their DNs. Maybe it's Derek Hall or something like that. But I don't see that as being a comparable package. And it is just sort of interesting to me, Brock. It's a small thing, but you can do this. Green Bay, tiniest market imaginable, can do this in the NFL in a way that they can't really in other sports.
Correct. Hockey, baseball. Yeah, and he did this. If you're Green Bay, I'm sure some of the conversation is, in my era, Salk, it was Reggie White that came to town from the USFL and just, was that guy that took them literally over the hump as he would just with one arm toss tackles, into
he was
orbit.
In the USFL before that?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I believe so.
After Philly?
You can check me on that one, but I
thought he was in the USFL, then Philly, then
was it USFL, then Philly, then traded?
I think he came direct from Philly, but whatever. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Your point is still very well taken.
He was a guy to take them over the top, and Green Bay is already a very good defense. Yep. And you can imagine the difference in those two locker rooms, Salk, today.
Pretty different. I don't know. I hope the Green Bay players are going to be okay with him getting paid, though, after he just got there.
I'm sorry, how old is Micah? I'm sorry, what did you say? He's clearly the number 2? Is that what you said? I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember what you said 15 minutes ago. I think you said those things, right?
That's everything you need to know. Huskies play tomorrow night. Cougs play tomorrow night.
I'm not even going to put T.J. Watt in the same camp as this guy. I think you said. All right.
I mean, the other guy was only the runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year this past year, so he's certainly not somebody you'd want to pay. Totally get it. Okay. John Smoltz has some interesting theories on what baseball should do with realignment. He's also doing the call tomorrow with Goldie, and I think the perfect person to talk about a few of the interesting challenges facing this team right now. I think he can relate very well to what somebody like Emerson Hancock is trying to do, to what Bryce Miller might be trying to do down the road. There are a lot of good reasons to talk to Smoltz. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
We've got Gray Zabel, rookie guard.
Every afternoon at 2.
Our texters that text into the show will give you, some restaurant advice. Which way should they direct you?
Man, the simple thing is just you run the damn ball with like a steak and potato type restaurant.
I would certainly start with El Gaucho.
That's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting cultured by my left tackle, Charles Cross. So I just tried sushi for the first time like a week ago. That was all right.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
And we've got a special update. Sources confirm fans using the Vivid Seats app are racking up rewards with every ticket and doing it fast. With an unbeatable lineup of seats and perks that go the distance, why use any other app for game day? Don't fumble this season. Grab your tickets through Vivid Seats, download their app, earn rewards, and as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, get $20 off your first $200 in-app purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Tune in September 7th as the Seahawks take on San Francisco. Kickoff is at 1:05 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats. plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed, all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, how cool is this, Brock? On a Friday, a couple of great guests today, a couple of old school dudes as well. John Smoltz going to join us right now. Bryan Baldinger, talk some football an hour from now, but pleased to have the Hall of Famer. Good morning, John. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
You know what's nice about Smoltzy too is he doesn't have that baldy pinky.
No.
I don't know if Smoltzy could throw a baseball if he had that baldy pinky. Bryan Baldinger's pinky, I don't know if you've ever seen it, Smoltz, but it turns directly right or left?
It goes sideways.
Oh, completely. Poor guy. Just wrecked his fingers. Like all those old linemen of the 80s and 90s. Just no chance.
Did you ever play any football growing up?
Oh, man. Let me tell you something. I was a soon-to-be quarterback in the NFL. That's the way I felt until I realized that 6'3", 180 pounds is not going to cut it in high school football. And I could throw a football about as far as anybody just because of my flexibility and the way my elbow and just it was the reason I could throw a baseball. But I trained throwing a football every off season. It was my favorite thing to do. My most disappointing part of my career was when I had shoulder surgery and I could only throw a football about 30 yards, and that's coming from throwing it about 70 yards. So it was the difference between the anchors in my shoulder. My dad made the right decision, said, you're not playing high school football, and he was right. So I would have been the guy that led the league in interceptions and touchdowns. I didn't really believe about throwing it away.
I would think that you would have liked those. If you had stayed with it, I think you would have, just my gut tells me, I don't know you well, obviously, or at all, but just listening to you over the years, that you would have loved all of the prep, all of the processing, all of the stuff that really makes quarterbacks great, in addition to just the throwing and the playing. I would have thought you'd loved all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I can talk about it now, but I couldn't talk about it then. Every offseason, we played a high-level flag football game, and I would have all the backyard plays on my wristband and all the trick plays and everything, I love thinking about things and creating plays. And so absolutely, you're dead on. I would have loved thinking through the game and making adjustments, similar to making pitch selections on the mound. And we had a blast, and luckily nobody got hurt. But we had a pretty, ex-NFL guys, ex-baseball guys, a couple basketball. We played, and we filmed it, and we had referees. So we didn't just, gather and go through the motions. It was legit.
You got any of those old VHS tapes sticking around somewhere?
Yeah, no, we do. It's
pretty
classic.
good.
Yeah.
Who was better, Maddox or Glavin?
Well, they didn't play football.
No,
Okay.
No, they're
John Rocker.
athleticism took
John
them-
Rocker was something
Yeah.
else.
Jeez. Throw him at left tackle and you'd be
yes.
fine. Yeah.
Well, good transition as you then prep for covering our Mariners tomorrow, right? On the national level, you're going to be, I believe, in the booth with Goldie, our own, and you start to kind of prep for them. How do you do that this late in the year, John? Do you look at numbers?
So yeah,
What's your
So what
methodology?
So I wait till last minute because in baseball, so many things can change, right? I keep a one eye over looking long term what they're doing, but I'll get in tonight and then I'll work all day tomorrow. Well, not all day, but 3 to 4 hours, and catch up with some of the things that have changed. I look at the numbers to base where they're at, but I'm really looking at where their hitters are at and what some of the trends that they're going through, because there's always the hot and cold streaks of baseball. And then I'll watch video of the pitchers in their last couple starts just to see, where they're at. I learned a lesson a long time ago when I prepped for a Saturday game on a Wednesday, Thursday, thinking, man, I've gotten ahead of the game and I'm ready to go. And then you show up Saturday and that pitcher you spent 2 hours on isn't pitching for some reason because of a rainout, or those hitters that you thought were going to be in the lineup aren't in the lineup. So it really is day of game or night before, because baseball is fluid. At this point, what I like about this point is everything's pretty much established, right? Your hitters aren't going to change that much. They are what they are. Your team is going through the last push or positioning themselves in a strength type playoff run. So I like this time. The time of the year I don't like is the first month and a half, because there's really nothing to go on and too many things can change. And then when it's the playoffs, I hunker down and really get into the weeds about what that team and that matchup, and go through the whole year of who they played and how, who they've had success against. So it really ramps up here in about a month for me, and that's what I love about the playoffs.
So one of the strange things about this team is, for the last few years, obviously, it has been led by its starting pitching, and we've talked about it over and over and over again. And then since the trade deadline, look, this offense is now good. I mean, objectively, it's just a really good offense. And yet somehow the starting pitching has not quite lived up to it, especially on the road. Dan Plesac was on the station yesterday talking about some of the differences in pitching home versus road. For you, as you look at this group of 5 pitchers, why would they be struggling the way they are on the road, and how do they fix that?
Yeah, those things never made sense to me. I tried to, we were asked these questions when we were playing, and it just kind of is weird sometimes. Like, I look at one-run wins and losses. That's not something you can sustain year in and year out. Sometimes you go through what the Braves are going through and what really some teams who don't have success. Boston Red Sox, who are in the mix, have had a really tough one-run record. And then you have teams who have unbelievable success, and you go, well, why is that? And the home and road splits don't typically, unless you're Colorado, maybe like Cincinnati, Boston, New York, where you have these ballparks that are really geared towards certain type hitting, that might be a little bit more accurate. You see what Baltimore did? And they moved. Now that whole thing changes because they moved that fence back to about 380 in left field. So the home and road splits don't always guarantee anything, but you have to look at them. And if a manager doesn't look – I mean, I think I asked managers. He said when it's glaring, I really make those decisions. When it's just something you go, I don't think it's going to last, then I don't put too much stock into it. But the Mariners have had some kind of weird games lately where you think they should have won some of these games, and it comes down to that last couple years. Can they get to the point where, A, they believe, and B, they can win those close games and punch that ticket? And if they punch that ticket, then I think that starting pitching gets a little bit of an adrenaline boost. But I've watched them over the years and how they've performed. This might be one of those little bit of an outlier years because they're probably not performing as well as expected just based on how good they've been in the past.
I know Mike's going to want to dig into some questions as a starter, maybe is transitioning into a reliever role. Maybe a second guy will do that into the postseason run as well, and you're familiar with both of those. But when I say the name Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez, what are the first couple things that come to your mind?
The first couple things that come to my mind is, boy, oh boy, did they need the offense, right? Seattle's biggest thing has been they have struggled to score runs on a consistent basis, and it's probably the reason they've missed the playoffs a couple times. So, they got the corners that right and left, and it's just it's a huge boost. Now, this has been a strange year for mega trades on teams that you would think just went like the Mets until recently. How in the world has that not worked out? And then the Padres have been back and forth with their mega moves. I thought Seattle did the most with the least amount of moves in improving their chances from where they sat to what their offense is now. And that's got to be a clubhouse. I know I've been there when we got a Fred McGriff or we got we made all those kind of trades that you're looking to your management. You're going, please, please, please. And I just think that was the difference. I still think it's going to be the difference for Seattle's success.
Doesn't hurt when one of those guys has crazy edge like Naylor does, and the other guy is about as well-liked a teammate as you're ever going to find in Suarez. So, yeah, I think that's all really well said. So you made the transition, not always because you wanted to, but you did the starter bullpen back again, and we're watching it now with one and maybe two guys. Emerson Hancock is in the pen. We haven't seen him yet at the major league level, but after being a starter his whole career, he's had, I think, 2 or 3 appearances in the minors. And now here you go, buddy. I hope the 99-mile-an-hour fastball plays up. We may see Bryce Miller do the same thing if this team makes the playoffs. How long does it take? How hard is it? What do we need to know about transitioning from a starter role to a bullpen role?
Yeah, I literally feel bad that people use my scenario as a gauge or barometer. It's not even close to being fair. I had 2,400 innings as a starter before I went and on my own became a reliever that ended up being a closer. These young kids, they're not given it's not fair to them. It's not that easy. And I know everybody thinks that we got this robotic Stratomatic baseball player that can plug and place. They don't understand the pitchability of what you have to do. You can't just rear back and blow everybody away. I'd say the biggest misconception is when you go to the pen, they want guys that get swing and miss. They don't want contact guys. And that can be good and bad when you have guys that know how to do that and have been in the role a long time. But when you're taking a young man who has no experience and you just transition his stuff thinking that's going to be – it's a whole different routine, the preparation, the mindset, the adrenaline, everything about it. I just simplify it by saying this. It's a role that has too much blame and too much credit. And you only get interviewed when you mess up. And fortunately for me, in 3 years, I messed up 9 times. And I got interviewed 9 times. But that was, you remember the Jabba Chamberlain and all the guys? There have been more pitchers ruined by this fluctuality of back and forth, bullpen starter. I call it de-developing greatness. You suffocate the growth of a pitcher. And I'm not talking about when there's a need like right now, right? When the team is in need of something, that's totally different. But when you're trying to piece together innings and you're allowing this young man or a young stud to go to the pen without throwing his other pitches and improving, and the future is for him to be a starter, I think it's a disservice. So but we're in a different game, and I know I might be a dinosaur, but I'm just telling you from experience, and experience means nothing in this game when you pass it on. It means nothing. People making decisions could care less about experience, could care less about resumes, could care less. They think of it totally different, as we're in a different area and a different era, and this is what we need the guy to do, and this is what we're going to tell him to do. So it's not that easy, okay? And that's what I basically tell people. Career closers lasted a long time in our business. They don't anymore. You couldn't come up with a closer. I can't think of a closer other than Henley Jansen. I think he's recently been hurt. But I can't think of guys now where you look at and go, oh, that guy's been that way forever. They just shuffle the deck with them. And that's why there's so much volatility in the bullpens these days, because it's tough to sustain that kind of greatness for a long time.
So when you get to Cleveland and you start to study tomorrow, you're going to study Emerson Hancock. You're going to look at his numbers in the bigs and in Tacoma and his last 3 outings in relief. And you know what's going to happen. This is just the way baseball works, Johnny. It's going to be a 5-2 Mariner lead in the 8th inning, and here comes Emerson Hancock to make his first relief appearance as a professional baseball player. And the first words out of your mouth could be what?
I think the first words are going to be, this is going to be a great 30-day trial, right? Yeah. I mean, it's 30 days of learning on the job and seeing what he can do, and having a scenario that plays out where, there's going to be time to figure out how this thing's going to work. And when you have this kind of arm and this kind of dynamics, you're going to find things out. I think this 30 days is going to be way greater than just 2 weeks for sure.
So I don't know what's going on. I don't really understand how the whole algorithm works on social media or any of that. But as soon as I said that we were going to be having you on the show today, somehow it knew to start feeding me John Smoltz clips, which is really remarkable and kind of terrifying at the same time. But because of it, I got to see your thoughts on realignment. And they're different, that's for sure. Do you think you could just explain to folks what you think realignment could or should look like?
Well, I think if they add 2 teams in the big league someday and they realign, they put the teams in a place where you're going to have the demographics make more sense. You're going to have travel make more sense. You're going to have all these things that, for a sport that plays as long as we do, I've always said, it's been so difficult to see the travel and the divisions that put together, and I think you got a chance to make baseball pretty dynamic if you do that. And the West Coast teams, we all know what they're up against. Same thing with the East Coast down in Tampa and Miami. So I think there's a way to make this thing pop. I'm a big believer, if you're going to make some changes, go all in, make it the way you want it, and you won't have to do much later. And you can make this these issues in baseball that every sport seems to have when it comes to whether it's labor negotiations or the dynamics of how you get better competitiveness and a more competitive environment. I'm a huge fan of the first half, second half situation. 4 divisions of 8. Got to get the number to 32 or nothing's going to change. So you got to get an even number. And if we can do that and collectively get the game in a place where the competitive imbalances in certain cities would be forced to think differently, because you don't have a 162 game schedule that you just have to be able to win one of those first halves, and any team could be competitive for that period. Imagine teams getting beat up with injuries like we saw this year, and instead of rebooting and selling the farm, they just know they got a fresh start in the second half. And I know there's a lot of people traditional, and everyone thinks, well, what are you doing? Well, that ship has sailed. We've already changed the traditional game with all kinds of rule changes because it demanded it. So I'm all for that.
It'd be a big change. We'll discuss it maybe a little bit more. But thank you. This was great. Lots of great stuff for us to take forward, and looking forward to having you on the call tomorrow with Aaron And, get a chance to see these Mariners. I'll tell you what, they're an interesting team. They can hit a little bit. They got some interesting dudes. You ever been around Randy Arozarena?
I've seen him from afar and watched him during that crazy COVID World Series that he was
he's
he
awesome.
was a star during that time, and he certainly is very interesting at best.
All right, and shame on us. We just went 15 minutes and didn't even mention Cal Raleigh. Maybe you've heard he's pretty good this year, but we'll talk about him another time. John, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thanks for your time today.
All right, my pleasure, guys.
All right, there you go. There's John Smoltz. I told you. I mean, he wants to divide it into the first and second half. You get a first half playoff team, and then other teams can make it in the second half, and then you can earn a bye so that if you have made it in the first half, your bye isn't guaranteed.
Interesting.
Man, there's a lot to it.
I kind of like the 4 of 8, though. I do kind of like that.
4 divisions of 8?
Yes.
Yeah. I would just like to make it a little harder to make the playoffs. That's just me. I just like to see really, really good teams in the playoffs. But anyway, good stuff from John Smoltz. Brian Baldinger coming up at 8:30 right now. A quick version of Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, why is this a page out of Pete Carroll's book from Mike McDonald? He was asked about the practice squad, Brock.
They're ready to play. There's some other terms we floated around, but that's what we're settling on right now. So you'll see some T-shirts floating around the
They're going
building.
to call it the Ready Squad, not the Practice Squad.
Did you have visions like I did? Listen to that conversation of our very first one with Pete when you said, slogans.
I didn't, no.
Oh, you didn't? Oh,
No.
I did. Oh, I certainly did.
Well, that's
because
weird.
Pete, this is so in such a page right out of Coach Carroll's book. I bet you down there in Vegas, Coach Carroll's like, you son of a gun. I like that. I might have to steal that at some point because, because they're not a practice squad. They're a ready squad. At any moment, especially after the opening week, Shaq Griffin and Peely and a bunch of you're gonna have to be ready to go. One of these running backs goes down, you gotta be ready to go. Receiver goes down, you gotta be ready to go. And I kind of dig that. It's just a sense of urgency. And I think everybody in that program feels it. I think it's the most underrated aspect of Mike McDonald, the sense of urgency, that edge that he creates every day.
Mm-hmm.
You don't feel it from him. He doesn't have that kind of overwhelming presence individually, but he has certainly brought that out collectively.
Yeah. I actually kind of like the name because I think it fits it better what it is, especially now where you can get called up for the games. It's just different than it used to be.
Yep.
It's kind of an old term that doesn't describe it as well as it should. All right, question number 2. All right, Brock, I got to play the sound. I was going to put it in Need to Know, but Morris said you already had it in Blue 88. And it's like, all right, fine, we'll just put it here. How important, Brock, do you think participation is in voluntary OTAs?
Yeah, you want to give me Mike McDonald's sound on
Why,
that,
sure,
please?
I'd be happy to.
I mean, it's so important. It's just like, hey, why do we practice this week? We could take this week off, but it's about stacking wins. It's just being with your teammates, building the connection, building your bodies, building the callus, understanding the details, incremental gains all the time. And I've found that when you do it with your teammates in this atmosphere, you work the hardest, you get the most out of it, you get the most bang for your buck, and your team becomes better for it. I guarantee you, if we didn't have the attendance we had now, we would not be as confident going into the first game about the connection we had, the team unity we have, the shared understanding of what we're trying to achieve. We would not be at this point if the guys didn't make that decision to come to the offseason program.
Laura, can you save that somewhere? Save that in a hotkey, a boy howdy hotkey somewhere, so I can play that for Bob Stelton or
Lyle
others.
controls the hotkeys.
Okay, Lyle, put that in a hotkey. Save it. Control Alt, not delete. Just put it somewhere. So the next time I have to hear from somebody who says it's not a big deal, practices are not a big deal, off seasons are not a big deal, missing OTAs is not a big deal. They're voluntary. No, it is the biggest crap of poo-poo, and we knew that. Biggest pile of poo-poo, and we knew that, and we've known that for decades.
Yes.
It's just, come on. You're not going to be good at something unless you spend time doing it. If you don't want to be with your teammates, and you don't want to sacrifice for your teammates, and voluntary means voluntary, your team is just not going to win Super Bowls.
How can you have a good team if you don't choose to do all of the extra work? It has never made any sense.
Sorry,
Question
Bob.
number 3.
Kind of threw Bob under the bus. That's
Is it
not
Bob?
fair.
I didn't know it was a Bob thing.
I don't know.
I don't even know if that's true. Plus, you can't throw Bob under the bus
No.
today. He did an awesome job with this Naylor interview. I really dug it. So, no throwing Bob under the bus.
He did?
Yeah. It's really good.
More awesome than our guy, Lyle? One-on-one with
I don't know. I'm just saying it was really good. I'm not trying to throw shade at Lyle. Stop. Don't be an instigator. Brock, what's going to happen tomorrow night at Husky Stadium?
I'm not instigating.
Yes,
he did a great job
instigating.
in a difficult situation.
What's going to go? Would you answer the question? Are you afraid of this question? What is going to go on Saturday? Are the Huskies going to lose? Is that why you're not answering?
No, I see like 31-17, 28-17 kind of games Saturday night between UW and Colorado State. Did you watch any college football last night, Salk? It was a great night.
What do you think?
It was a great start.
I didn't even know there was college football on.
Oh, Nebraska, Cincinnati, packed house. Taylor Swift in the house with Travis Kelce. The old Cincinnati grad, Mahomie up there with Brittany. Full throat was Go Big Red in Arrowhead Stadium, and an awesome game that went down to the final minute. I don't think that will be the case. I hope on Monday morning we're talking Damon Williams. And just as much so, I hope we're talking these two running backs that are they're just different animals. Jonah Coleman, Adam Muhammad, just a 1-2 punch that we've had some good 1-2 punches at the University of Washington over the decades. Not many built like these two. So I am super excited to watch that thing in person Saturday.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88.
And I was not throwing shade at Lyle.
You were. I know how you operate.
Bro, he did an awesome job with Josh Naylor, who was at that moment, I don't know, was that after BP, Lyle? When was that? You could tell was not maybe in the mode of like doing a lot of talking, and he got the most out of him.
Well, there's some really good stuff from Bob as well. So I'll see if I can play you some of that here coming up in a bit.
By the way, Brock, was that actually Patrick Mahomes at the game, or was it just Dylan Raiola?
Ooh, good question. Good question. And don't ask Dylan because none of it, right? He'll tell you, oh, I don't try to imitate Patrick. No, not with my little give the play, not with the way I walk, not with the way I dress, not with my sunglasses, not with my – no, I don't try to do any of that, right?
Does Salk know who Dylan Raiola is?
I have an idea what you guys are talking about. I'm so thoroughly confused right now by whatever is happening on this show. All I know is the Mariners are going out on the road, and I got 3 things we got to see. It's next on Brock and Salk.
And the pitch on the way to Junior. It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark. Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck. Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck, goodbye baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seattle, your waterfront park is here. Celebrate the opening of 20 acres of world-class public space on the downtown shoreline at the grand opening celebration September 6th. Enjoy free live performances, family activities, cultural experiences, and more across the entire park. From Overlook Walk to Pier 62. Join Friends of Waterfront Park in the city of Seattle for this once-in-a-generation event. Be part of history. Plan your visit at waterfrontparkseattle.org.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
Tune in September 7th as the Seahawks take on San Francisco. Kickoff is at 1:05 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Hey. Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking head out!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's see. 2 hours to go here. Bryan Baldinger coming up in 30 minutes. Mariners head out on this big road trip, 9 games, and maybe you wouldn't feel the same way if they weren't coming off kind of a tough road trip, but it was, right? I mean, it was a really unfortunate 2-7 trip, and so now you got to go back out on the road and really go back to the East Coast. The level of talent you're going to face is probably not the same, right? None of these teams are playoff teams. Cleveland, I guess, has an outside shot, but Tampa and Atlanta aren't going anywhere. So it's a little bit different than facing the Mets and the Phillies and some of the powerhouses from the National League. But it's still going back to the East Coast. The weather will be better. Anyway, as you look at all of that, I found myself thinking last night about things that, I'd really like to see in the road trip and wrote about some of it. Should be up shortly there at seattlesports.com. But here's 3 things that jump out to me, Brock, that I think would be really important for us to see. And the first is what we just talked about with John Smoltz, the usage of certainly Emerson Hancock, and I'll throw Edward Bizzardo on there as well. 2 guys that, you kind of need at this point to step up and start to be, if not high leverage relievers, something in between.
I would agree with that. And by the way, just to add a little context to this trip, this is the last one. This is the last long road trip of the season. The other one after the homestand is to Kansas City, to Houston. Just a 6-game trip, not nearly as long, a little more familiar foes, certainly in Houston and all that's going to be on the line. So this is it, man. This is the sprint, and this is where – yeah, I do. We were chatting offline, yesterday or the day before. When was the last time both Mooney and Brash had clean innings?
It's been a little while, right? So,
those guys have got to be. Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Focus on the positive for a moment. Bizarro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where you need those guys to, I think, step into some of that fold.
So I pulled up, and this is in the column I wrote. But have you looked by any chance? I don't know that you're a savant guy, Brock, but have you looked at Edward Bizarro's savant page? Have you looked at it, Lyle?
Every night.
Yeah, which is why I usually say I don't feel like he's a leverage guy just because he doesn't miss a lot of bats.
Have you looked at his pitching run value?
It's actually, so the run value stuff is, look, he's been really good in a lot of ways.
He's in the 91st percentile this year in terms of pitching run value. That's insane. He's in the top 10% of pitchers in baseball this year.
Yeah, and he doesn't give up any hard contact, which has been huge.
That's pretty remarkable.
But he doesn't get enough swing and miss for you, Lyle. He just doesn't get enough swing and miss.
No, there's not. You can see it. I mean, there's not a ton. The whiff percentage is low. Chase percentage is low. He doesn't get that. You're right. But the K percentage is actually just fine. It's weird. He'll strike guys out without making them miss that often. And I think because it's a very effective fastball, he's got a breaking ball that guys will hit into the ground. But he also has an ability to either make you swing and miss late in the count or throw it by you without you swinging. I mean, that's not a terrible K percentage considering.
He must just dot it up a lot. He must just get a lot of called strikes.
He's also limited hard hit contact, and that's really where it comes from, 71st percentile there. Anyway, you add it all up.
That's the first thing you're looking for, him and Hancock.
Yeah, I want to see what Hancock looks like. So that would be number one. Number two for me, and Brock, I'm going to go back to a stat I used at the very beginning of the year to talk about a different player, but Eugenio Suarez, RBIs. How many runs is Gino driving in? It was 10 in the last 8 games. When he really started to go off here in his last 8 games, he drove in 10 runs. Obviously, 7 of them came off of home runs. Like, he really kind of got himself going in that way. So, all right, that's kind of what we need to see, right? If he's going to hit behind most of the guys in this lineup, there's going to be guys on base for him. You got to drive in runs. And so in some ways, that becomes almost the crucial stat for him.
I think at the start of the year, you used that for Randy, who's now obviously in a different spot as he's setting the table for the rest of those guys leading this thing off. So, yeah, it is still a valuable tool. Eugenio talked about it the other day, right? Isn't this a career high season or darn near close to it?
I think he tied his career high in the last game.
Pretty special.
Yeah.
And pretty meaningful.
Yeah. Have you looked at his numbers over the last 8 games?
He's over 1,000 OPS.
It's well over 1,000, Brock. He's running a 308 batting average with a slugging percentage of 856 and an OPS over 1,200.
Yeah, he's not had the problems hitting in T-Mobile. He doesn't mind hitting.
No, he has never minded it, and it has made him feel very comfortable. It started in Philly. It continued throughout the homestand. And as you know, with a red-hot Gino, it changes just the way this whole offense functions.
And Smoltz added to that, right? He said one of the things that he looks at is just with the hot and cold nature of this game, and certainly the hot and cold nature of some of the personnel. Where are they running right now? Gino have been running hot the last couple of weeks.
Third one for me is obvious, starting pitching on the road, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they struggle sometimes with it, Brock. Smoltz kind of gave a little bit more of a vague answer. I got a little bit more of a specific one here from Dan Plesac, who was on yesterday with I think Bumpin' Stacy, but I'm sorry if I got that wrong.
Wyman and Bob.
Of course I did. I got it wrong. But here was Plesac on why these Mariner pitchers might struggle on the road.
When you pitch in the ballpark like the Mariners do and you go on the road, psychologically, you tell yourself that I'm going to pitch the same, but a lot of the times you don't. You got to spin the ball a little bit more. And then what happens? You're more 2-0, 2-1. And then you're a little hesitant to throw that same 2-1 fastball that you would throw in Seattle. Start pitching a little bit defensive. And there's one thing you can't do as a pitcher. you can't make a guy hit a ground ball. You can make a pitch that you think is going to give you the best chance to get a ground ball. There has been a pitcher alive that's living, breathing, that can say, hey, I could throw a pitch and I'm going to get a ground ball at will. And so what happens when you go on the road, you psychologically, you feel like you've got to be so fine and get ahead. And then you're like, okay, I want to get away from 2-0-2 on fastballs because that's what I do at home. And those are lazy fly balls that go out to die. And so you go on the road and you kind of change your arsenal of pitching. And all of a sudden from going on the attack, you start pitching a little bit defensive.
I think there's something to that.
I do too. I mean, I've watched it in living color with Mike Salk. I mean, the difference between playing at Chambers Bay, with wide open fairways, you miss it, doesn't matter, versus the difference of playing at Salk.
Can't even do it. Won't even walk out on that course. Yeah, when you have margin for error, it's a whole lot easier to play your game. There's no doubt. I don't know if we need to compare my golf game to the pitching of some of these starters on the Mariners, but I appreciate the
same
thought.
Psychology, Salk. It's the same psychology.
There's a similarity to it. I don't know if it's the same. Yeah, let's just say after a couple of rough rounds, I'm heading down to the home course today. I'm going to make sure that play on some of that little linksy style, man. It suits the game here. Like the linksy style, much more so than the impending trees.
OB right, OB left, water right, water left.
Yeah, I ordered a new box of noodles yesterday, and they're not here yet. So I got to go play a course where I'm not going to lose too many balls, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to finish the round. Oh, man. All right, Brian Baldinger is going to join us coming up in 20 minutes. It is a key trip for the Mariners. 28 games left to play. In the column, Brock, I said this is the home stretch, right? Like that's 17% of the season. That's about what the home stretch is in a horse race. It's about 17 to 20% of the horse race. And so this is it. This is what you play for all year, right? To come down to this, the sprint, not the marathon, it's sprint time. And looking forward to seeing the Mariners out on this trip.
And the pitch on the way to Junior. It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark. Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck. Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck, goodbye baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The summer sales event is happening now at West Hills Ford. Get the 2025 Ford Ranger XL STZ Super Crew 4-wheel drive. Qualified buyers can lease one now for $324 per month for 36 months with $35.99 due at signing. West Hills Ford, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Feeling lucky?
lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Goodbye baseball. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
The Mariners' postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Homestretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees.
Strike 3 call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
You can use your credit however you want. Go big with club seats for a couple high-stakes showdowns, or stretch it out into the final series against the Dodgers. And the best part? Homestretch Flex members get priority access to our postseason pre-sale. That means you're first in line when October comes calling. The team is locked in.
J.P. Crawford! Game winner, walk-off fashion in the ninth inning.
And now it's time to bring the energy down the stretch. Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details, you can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock, Mariners heading out on the road. You know that by now. But they got to go out and do something here. And they got the lineup for it. They've got the pitching staff for it. They certainly played the way they're capable of at home. Now go out and do it on the road. And, you know, as Cal said yesterday in the Cal Raleigh show, some of these ups and downs are going to happen. You just kind of minimize some of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's baseball, right? I mean, you're going to run into cliche answer, but it's true. I mean, you're going to run into some good pitchers. You're going to run into, you know, a few roadblocks here and there every once in a while, and it's just kind of how it goes. And there's going to be times when things are going your way and times when they don't go your way. So, you know, it's just one of those things where, you know, you don't want it to happen. It happens sometimes, and kind of like hitting is contagious in a good way. It can also be contagious in a bad way. So, but just trying to continue to find ways and grind through those and try to shorten those windows like we talked about, and trying to find ways to win even when, things aren't going your way.
I'm sure, TV anchors from around the city will be posting Cal Raleigh's quote saying it's just baseball, and ripping him for it and saying how ridiculous it is and how he's just a corporate shill and all the rest. But, hey, it's just baseball. What can I tell you?
Where's that born from?
I don't know.
Some scar tissue?
I was just saying, I'm sure that's going to happen. I mean, when Cal says it, it's probably a good chance to jump on top of him and say he's ridiculous and all that.
He's got 50 home
Oh,
runs.
so it's okay. Okay,
He got
good.
50
Phew.
spots.
So when he says it's
you
just
know what I'd be
baseball,
okay with, too? I'd be okay with a 5-4 road trip. I'd be okay with the final last long road trip of the season. I'd be okay. I would love a 6-3 road
I gotta tell
trip.
you, man, I'm not going to agree with you there.
Really?
I think that if you had gone 4-5, even 3-6 on the last road trip, if you had gone 5-1 at home, yeah, all right. I think it's about time to start putting this thing in gear, man. Let's go 6-3 on the road trip.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm going to write them off if they go 5-4. Obviously, the standings are going to be where they're at, and that'll kind of dictate what's necessary. But it would be really nice to see this team start to really put it in gear. Go 5-4. These are all winnable series. None of these teams they're facing are all that good. Cleveland will play you tough. But, you should go out and win
Tampa
all these
always
series.
plays you tough.
You should go win all these series.
Yep.
These are all very winnable series. I'd like to see them go 6-3 here on this trip. As I said, Houston wins, Red Sox win, Yankees win, Royals off. 2 back in the West, 3 up in the wild card.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we know the starting line now for the Seahawks, and it's probably not a surprise. It's what we've seen throughout the preseason.
We have made a decision on our offensive line. So Abel started right tackle, Anthony Bradford started right guard, Jalen right now was our starting center. Gray's obviously at left tackle, and Charles Cross at left tackle, or left guard and left tackle, respectively. So, as you know, nothing's set in stone, but those guys have done a great job. Olu's done a phenomenal job. He's ready to go if anything happened, but that's the crew that we'll start the season with.
And you talked about continuity earlier, Brock. It wasn't perfect for Mike McDonald, but for the most part, I think they got those guys out there.
It's always really important, and you can't just rep the same 5 all camp. Let's say we went into camp and we knew who our 5 guys were going to be. Yeah, of course you would, have a lot of those reps, and you probably get more than we got, but you do have to have contingency plan and cross train and things like that. So our guys got a lot of reps together, and that's a positive thing. But of course, the more reps you get, it's like a secondary. The more you can keep the guys together, the better. But we're also in the development business and moving guys around and making sure that we're in for the long haul and guys are trained up in case something happened.
A couple things come to mind. Number one, Olu, and he praised Olu as well. Olu's skill set a little different than Jalen's. Jalen can move a little bit better. Olu's got maybe a little more power. So there may be some matchups over the course of the season, and we'll see if Sundell can last over the course of a season, having to block some of the war daddies he does in the middle of it. Number two, and I've heard this a bunch, and it speaks to what Mike just said, the reason Cabledew and Richmond and those guys are around Salk, and they didn't make the move for a veteran like Reisner or kept who they kept, was because of their versatility. They can cross-train. They can play tackle. They can play guard. So if somebody goes down within a game, you're not fretting over there and, oh, my gosh, is he able to? No, he's able to do this. He's able to play tackle, play guard, both sides of it. Versatility, a big, big key in why Richmond and Cabledew are on this roster.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Big trade yesterday. Micah Parsons goes from Dallas to Green Bay in exchange for 2 firsts and a 29-year-old D-tackle, Kenny Clark, who's a really, really good player. The idea that Dallas got nothing back is a bit ridiculous, but also at the same time, trade Micah Parsons at his age.
You know what I would love?
As good as he is, it's not a good look for Jerry Jones or the Cowboys.
You know where I would have loved to have been yesterday when that news came down? I would have loved to have been in the D-line room with Aiden Dirty and DeMarcus Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
I would have loved to have seen their reaction and actually heard a little truth serum from a couple guys that know Micah very, very, very well. They know the incredible talent, and I think you're right. It's Myles Garrett and him as far as just freaky difference-making, not many built like him. TJ's probably within that realm too, been a little bit more beat up, but that's it. I'd be fascinated to know what they know, because they know him better than anybody else from their time in Dallas together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that like, I would have traded him too, and yada yada, and they did the right thing, and time will tell. Time will tell. But 2 firsts and a really good nose tackle, and not paying $180 million and whatever it is, biggest guarantee, non-QB guarantee, blah 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 blah, all that stuff. we'll see how time tells this story.
All right, there you go. One other note: Huskies tomorrow night. Brock, Jed Fish ready to go for the first time against Colorado State. They're a pretty good team.
Tough opponent. Colorado State's a very good team, very well coached. I know Coach Norvell. I know Coach Mummy. I don't know Coach Summer very well, but I do know he's done a really good job. Watch what he did at Western Kentucky last year. So we know we got our work cut out for us in all three phases. And we got to make sure we do a great job.
True freshman left guard starting. A couple true freshman receivers are going to play a fair amount as well. So a little youth mixed in with a whole bunch of veterans, and a lot of hype, man. A lot of expectation for Damon Williams. A lot of hopes that he's the next Russell Wilson in town. Is just a force multiplier with his athleticism. Going to be fun to see.
Who do the Cougs play tomorrow?
The Cougs play the Idaho Vandals.
The Cougs going to be good this year?
Gabe Hoffman, my nephew, starting at tight end for Idaho. Oh, yeah. The Cougs going to be good this year? Don't know. Been real quiet. You know where their new head coach came from, Salky? South Dakota State. South Dakota State, the coordinator.
Yep. What was the guy's name you mentioned before? Damon Raiola? Dylan Raiola.
So
he's definitely, you guys are right. He's a wannabe. He really wants to be Patrick Mahomes. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. What are you laughing at?
You're so funny sometimes.
Why?
Oh, it's maybe some of this gets said behind your back, maybe it doesn't. Just on our show unit, like if it doesn't happen to you and you don't see it, it's as if it's never existed in life. Oh, traffic on the east side, I don't know. I never have traffic. Well, those that drive on 405, they do have traffic.
I know that. I'm aware that there's traffic over there. It's just that those are the same people that are constantly complaining about Seattle and how awful Seattle is.
SeaTac's fine. I've never had an issue with SeaTac. Okay. Well, Ryan Divish tweeting yesterday about SeaTac as well as the millions of others is the thing's perpetually under construction.
It's funny because I see those things as other people doing exactly what you say I'm doing.
What's that?
As just being myopic. Of just saying, look, well, I had trouble, so this is the only airport where there's a problem.
No, but when the consensus or the majority...
the consensus isn't that. I looked it up, and it wasn't that SeaTac is a big problem.
I literally saw you say to someone, there's not really traffic in Seattle. I never have traffic.
Right. There's not that much traffic in Seattle.
That's objectively not true.
In Seattle, in the city, there's not that much traffic compared to other big cities. But outside on 167 and outside the city, yes, absolutely. But not compared to L.A., not compared to D.C.
Okay, I lived in L.A. Almost nothing compares to L.A.
Well, that's my
That doesn't mean there's no
not
traffic.
Not compared to Washington, D.C., not compared to New York, not compared to Boston. I can think of 5 cities that have significantly worse traffic off the top of my head.
I love you so.
It's just hilarious.
Bryan Baldinger next.
Is that who's coming up?
I think so. I don't know where he is. He said he's out of the country, so I don't know.
He's out of the country?
He's out of the country somewhere, so we'll see.
Maybe he's hanging out with Damon Iola or whatever you said his name was. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
We've got Gray Zabel, rookie guard.
Every afternoon at 2.
Our texters that text into the show will give you, some restaurant advice. Which way should they direct you?
Man, the simple thing is just you run the damn ball with a steak and potato type restaurant.
I would certainly start with El Gaucho.
That's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting cultured by my left tackle, Charles Cross. So I just tried sushi for the first time a week ago. That was all right.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app. Unlock exclusive deals and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer less than a year ago. What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
Well, you go in, you do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital, and it's they say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It was just too easy.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
This September, score Mariners value tickets for as little as $11, including all 3 games of the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th, and the Rockies series during the final homestand, September 23rd to 25th. Plus, check out the Mariners value menu and beer lineup, available every game. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos for less than $5, and a great selection of brews, starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your tickets today.
Hey, baseball fans, T-Mobile is turning up the excitement with the Grand Slam giveaway. Want to score 4 premium tickets to an upcoming professional baseball game? This is your shot to experience the action like a VIP. Stop by your nearest T-Mobile Experience store and enter for your chance to win. While you're there, check out all the amazing deals and perks waiting for you with T-Mobile, your hometown network. Don't strike out. The Grand Slam giveaway won't last forever. Visit your local T-Mobile Experience store today for your chance to win 4 premium professional baseball tickets.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, it's like country music all over again here, Brock, with the debate here. Back and forth. Traffic, this, that. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. All right, Bryan Baldinger joining us right now. And I'll tell you, I've always loved the videos, but there's a lot of really good Seahawks videos, whether it's Jalen Milroe, Gray Zabel. Baldy, you seem pretty enamored with a few of these guys here on the Seahawks team, huh?
Oh, well, good morning, guys. Well, how can't you be, honestly? I mean, they've all popped. And Gray, I think, is going to be exactly what they were hoping he was going to be. And I don't know, Jalen Milroe, Brock, you're a quarterback. I mean, I know that he has to improve his accuracy and decision-making and all that, but just the athletic ability and raw ability that he has, I think he has a chance to be really special. So, it's just it's everything. I think the team is set to have a good season. What they did to Kansas City and that second preseason game when they ran for 270 yards, and I know it's preseason and everything, but it was pretty effective with how they went about their business.
Yeah, nobody else in the preseason did anything close to that. As I was looking at all the running game numbers over the 3 weeks of the preseason, hard to do that. 48 for 268, almost 6 carry, and the way they move those guys. I look at it, Baldy, and you got Cross, you got Zabel, you got Jalen Sundell, Bradford, Abe Lucas. You've got the youngest offensive line in the NFL, has to be the youngest offensive line in the NFL. And is that crew not one of the most athletic, one of the fastest offensive lines as well?
Well, I think in today's world, Brock, you have to be athletic. First of all, Clint Kubiak is going to come in. He's going to run a lot of wide zone. But if you can't get to the second level in the run game and start picking off, linebackers and safeties, Fred Warner will make every tackle if you can't get to him. And you need to be athletic to get to those type of players at that level. And then there's just so much more you could do, it's just in the quick game that every team, basically has employed these days. You need your linemen to be able to get out there and start picking guys off, on the jet sweeps and the jailbreak screens and all those kind of things that are out there in every roster and every, offense right now. And so the more athletic you can be, that's great. And then you look at Cross and you look at Big Abe, and I think this is probably the third straight year that they're starting together. And so, they've got, although they're young, they're pretty experienced about how they go about their business.
So if Baldy could buy, I'm sorry, Salk, to cut you off. If Baldy could buy stock over the long-term career, or you take a percentage of any of those five's career earnings, whose are you taking?
I'd probably take Gray. I think he's just going to be, we're going to be talking about him. We'll probably stop talking about him eventually, and he'll just, look up. He'll be in his 10th year, and he'll start at 160 games, and he's the foundation to everybody else around him at center, tackle, guard, whatever. He's just going to be a foundational piece. Whether Mike McDonald's here for a decade or not, or John Schneider is still here, I think Gray is going to be here as long as anybody in that organization right now.
So I wanted to come back to what you said about the second preseason game against Kansas City, because I was really taken with it, and I felt bad about that because it's a preseason game and you really shouldn't overreact to a preseason game, right? I don't know how many times we have to learn that as members of the media, like, oh my gosh, it just didn't mean anything. But I've just not really seen that level of commitment, Baldy. Like every year we would hear here, like, oh, we want to run the football. We want to run the football. Cool. Well, you can't run the football if you don't run the football. You actually have to call running plays. Maybe you know this, maybe not. I don't know. I'm assuming you do. Having played in the league, you have to call running plays to run the football. And they did. And they kept calling them over and over and over again. They kept having success. And I guess I feel like that does mean something to me, even if it was just a preseason game.
Well, it does. And you're right. You got to caution, you got to be cautiously optimistic here about it. But, the one thing about running the ball 48 times in a preseason game is, you really can't practice like that. You can assimilate practice in the run game. You can have scrimmages, but it's kind of just that's a great chance to work on the run game and work on different types of runs and, work on moving big bodies up front in combo blocks and power run game and how these plays break for a running back. It breaks differently for Zach Charbonnet as it does for Kenneth Walker or, anybody else that's back there. And so I think it's just a great opportunity. So I give Mike credit for, like, okay, we're able to sustain offense right here. Let's work on this right now, because you can't do this in practice anymore. And so I think that was a part of it. And look, I mean, Kansas City was without Chris Jones in there. Nick Bolton wasn't there. I mean, some staples, but there was a lot of guys that are going to start for him. I mean, I saw Karlaftis out there, and, you know, there's Menahu was out there. I saw starters out there. So it wasn't like they were going up against the B team in Kansas City. They were moving starting defensive linemen and linebackers for the Chiefs. So, I mean, you got to, give them some credit for what they did in that game.
So the other part of it then, in terms of their commitment to playing this style of football, is what they did in their roster decisions over the last few days. And, I mean, look, I think tight ends obviously have to play a big role in the types of tight ends you choose. But how about the fact that 4 of the 6, or maybe 3 of the 6 wide receivers they chose, it seems like they chose them specifically because of their physicality and their willingness and ability to block. How much of a difference can those types of decisions and the positions of tight end and wide receiver affect the running game?
Well, it's huge. I mean, the Rams have been at the forefront of having wide receivers block at the point, and you have one of the great ones that have been doing it in Los Angeles now on your team. But they were basically an 11-personnel team in Los Angeles that played like a 12-personnel team because the wide receivers were blocking at the point of attack or on the backside. And so you were able to really secure the line of scrimmage. And it's a big part of the run game when, you know, you have big receivers, Jake Bobo, the rookie right now. Like, some of these guys are big. And, you know, they don't have to knock people off their feet. That's not what they're being asked to do. But you got to be able to screen them. You got to stay attached to them. You got to interfere and make it difficult for them to get to the ball or find the ball. And it's a big part of what Clint Kubiak wants to do right now.
You know, I love all this professional stuff, Baldy. You know I do. And, in fact, I was watching an old Matt Hasselbeck highlight film on Twitter the other day, and a lot of you as a color analyst through the years on some of those big games in the 2000s, which was super fun. But as much as I enjoy the professional, you know I love the personal too. Can I ask you 2 personal questions?
Go ahead, Brock. Shoot.
What does Brian Baldinger do on his last free weekend until, I don't know, early March? What are you doing on this final weekend? No NFL ball.
Well, I'm on this balcony right now in the Nicoya Peninsula, and I'm watching the surfers off this break right now, and I'm just thinking about, you know, getting out there on my boogie board right now and doing some body surfing right here. There's a lot of rocks out there, so I got to navigate it a little bit. I'm waiting for the tide to go out to see where they are. But, you know, they have a good saying in the Nicoya Peninsula here, Brock, that bad roads bring good people. And so that's what we did. We navigated about 2 hours of bad road yesterday. We're sitting out here, and, you know, either the surf wakes you up in the morning or the howler monkeys wake you up. One or the other gets you up at sunrise. So that's to answer your question right now.
Okay, that's a good one. Bad roads bring good people. I think I'm going to write that one down in my little book here. That's number 1. Number 2 is a man that made a living for a long, long time moving another man against his will. How do you compensate that now in life? Is that where the spear fishing, is that where the fascination with big animals in the water comes into play? How does someone who made his livelihood and so much of your identity for those years of moving another man against his will, how does that show up in today's life?
Well, I mean, there is an excitement level that, you know, gets your, you know, raises your RPMs inside your body, you know, when you see, you know, I don't know, like tiger sharks coming from the depth, you know, to a bait, like a little bait thing that you have drawing them to you. Like, that's pretty cool. There's going to be some lobsters that are going to be caught here in the next 2 days during some rip tides, but the rocks are like full of these lobsters. So you got to fight the currents and some of the visibility issues, but there's lobsters to be grabbed down there. And then when you throw them on the grill at night, you know, and you have, you know, a couple cold Imperials to wash it down, like that's a pretty good enjoyment right there.
Where is this?
I'm like right here in Nasara, right here in the heart of the Nicoya Peninsula.
Where?
Costa Rica. Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Okay, I've been trying to look this up while you're talking. The only Nicoya island I could find was in Indonesia, and I was like, man, that would be impressive if we'd figured out the time difference enough to get you on at the right time. Costa Rica.
I do like Indonesia. But it's a 16-hour flight.
Right.
You know, to get there right now, and Bali's is like, it's worth it once you get there, but I just felt like, 3 hours out of Miami, we're in a good spot.
To bring it back maybe to Seattle for a moment, although the Costa Rica talk is great. One player we've not talked a ton about on our show, and it's probably a mistake because he was a top half of the first-round pick just a year ago, was Byron Murphy. What did you see last year from him, and what could he eventually turn into for the Seahawks?
Well, we didn't see a lot of him last year because Big Cat Williams stole the headlines every week with the way that he played. Oh, by the way, Big Cat is an unbelievable free diver, by the way. So, if he was here right now, he'd be in heaven. But he's playing football. But Byron, look, it takes, I don't care, pick a defensive, pick Aaron Donald, pick any great defensive lineman. In the history of this game, it takes a year to figure things out. You leave the University of Texas, and you're a little bit undersized to begin with, and, you're trying to figure out blocking schemes and who you're going up against. It just takes a little while. I expect Byron, he was a very, I thought him and Johnny Newton, that's in Washington now, I thought they were pretty similar. Candidates coming out, kind of undersized, 3 techniques. But I thought Byron showed you great strength at the point. We got to see more in the pass game. We got to see him defeat some blocks up front right now and some double teams. So I feel like this, usually if guys are going to make a leap in their careers, it's going to be between their first and their second year when they have figured things out a little bit. They understand what it takes physically, what they need in their toolbox in order to win on Sundays. I feel like Byron Murphy could be one of those guys this year.
I want to let you get to the lobsters and the boogie boarding, so this will be my last question for you. And it kind of goes back to what Salk asked you at the beginning, how smitten, we all are with the Baldy breakdowns and everything you do online and all your work, especially at the line of scrimmage with all of your background there. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but where would the Seahawks rank when you get ready to watch your tape, do your breakdowns, get ready every Saturday or Sunday or Monday to do those things? Where would they rank amongst, I don't know, peers in the NFL as like, ooh, this team is of great intrigue to me because I got to see what they're doing at the line of scrimmage?
There's a bunch of guys, Brock, honestly, that I get excited about when I turn the Seattle Seahawks game on. I mean, we haven't said anything about Witherspoon now in his third year, but he could be Kyle Hamilton in this defense this year. I mean, he'll hit and strike anything that moves. He's going to be all over the field. I think he's going to blow up this year. I'm a big fan of Big Cat. You can watch, I've been breaking that guy down for a decade now. He's amazing. I'm looking forward to watching Gray. I think there's going to be a package for Jalen Milroe. It's not a knock on Sam or anybody else, but I think they're going to get him on the field. I'm a huge Jake Bobo fan. I mean, just the name itself. How can't you just let Bobo just roll off your tongue? Jackson Smith and Jigba's a great, router. There's a lot to be excited about when I turn Seattle. Seattle, San Francisco, week 1. It's going to be one of the first probably 4 games I watch on Monday morning that week, September 8th, after that game.
Yeah, it's funny that they're not getting a lot of national respect. It feels like the national media just sort of says, Gino to Darnold, no DK, forget it, and then that's like the end of the conversation.
Good. That's you want to be in that situation. You don't need to be talked about right now.
No.
They go out there and take care of business about San Francisco. People were like, oh, Seattle won 10 games last year. Oh, Seattle, they had this in the draft. I mean, there's going to be a time. And look, everybody starts off kind of the same. It's always a new year. In Philadelphia, it's a new year coming off the Super Bowl championship. At some point, though, and it happened last year too, at some point, this is either going to come together for Seattle and they're going to be a playoff team and you're going to see them string some W's together and look impressive, or it's not going to happen, or we're just. But at some point, if they're going to be a good team, we're all going to see it together.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure those are the things they're saying in the Nicoya Peninsula today, Brock. I think that just makes sense. Last thing, just because we can't have you on and not ask about this, and thank you to the 425 texter who brought this up. For all of those conversations about being physical, being big, running the ball, offensive line, can we just address the fact that this team has a fullback or 2 on their roster now? I mean, I don't know. Are we going to get Robbie Oots breakdowns? I hope so, because having a big old fullback and I-backs back there and pro sets, this is like a totally different thing now. I'm in love with it.
Well, they're a 2-back offense, and there's a big spot for Robbie in this offense right now. just the way there has been for, Kyle Juszczyk in San Francisco and the guys around the league right now. I like two-back offenses. I like being able to line up in I formation and knock people off the ball. It's always that formation. You can back me up on this, Brock, but that I formation should never, ever go out of style. Because if you ever want just a reset button, a reset play, get up in I formation and tell your guys, go win the line of scrimmage. All right, we're going to put Robbie at I. We're going to put Zach or, Kenneth at the tailback. Dot the I right here. Let's go knock people off the football and have some fun. That is a reset button that I wish all teams could do. And if you got to get down to the goal line and get nasty and physical, that's the formation to do it in. And so, it excites me that I'm going to be able to break that formation down in Seattle this year.
Who would you start a running back?
I don't know. If Kenneth is healthy, it's kind of hard to keep him off the field. But Zach had a great preseason. I think that guy's a quality player. I like big backs. Zach's a big back, but he's got light feet. It's a good 1-2 punch right now.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Hey, Baldy, we appreciate it. Good luck with the Tiger Sharks and the rest of the folks.
Be careful with your fingers down there with them lobsters. All right, Baldy? Be careful with those suckers.
Yeah, no, I got my the leather gloves on right now. So I'm good. They can attack me all they want. They're not going to get through that.
Can you? The finger gets into the glove? Okay.
And it's a little bit of an issue.
I think so.
It looks a little bit more like a mitten than a glove.
You're the best, man. Thanks so much. This is great. Really good stuff. Keep the breakdowns coming. There's Bryan Baldinger, of course, Brock, joining us from the Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica.
I feel a little guilty.
Taking him away from his vacation.
Seriously.
Yeah, that was a bit weird.
I shouldn't have done that.
I know. Yeah, you kind of crossed the line with your
Why
friendship
didn't you tell me? This is one of those moments.
Well, I didn't know.
No, I appreciate you reaching out to me. Yes, you did.
I didn't know he was on the Nicoya Peninsula.
Out of the country on vacation, but he said he's good to go. You should have said one of these moments. You should have been my sounding board like Molly is and been
I looked up the Nicoya Peninsula, and it's also one of those blue zones, which I find fascinating.
Oh, really? Like where they eat one food where everybody lives a long time?
Yeah, it means the locals live noticeably longer than other
It always has to do with blueberries or olives or something crazy like that.
I watched a documentary. They all have really different diets, but it's all very, not processed and homemade.
Had you ever heard that slogan, any of you? Lyle, had you ever heard that slogan? Bad roads bring good people.
No. I don't know that I agree with that,
though. Oh, I totally agree with it. If you're going to come into our neck of the woods, you're going to do some work. You're it's kind of like the Palouse where I screwed it up. I'll own it, okay? Jimmy Rogers was not just the D coordinator at South Dakota State. He was a national championship winning coach.
Yeah. Why don't you get it right? It's about correctness.
I will. I want to correct myself.
Why do you disrespect the Cougs like that?
Those roads sometimes from Spokane down to the Palouse is certainly during the wintertime.
Yeah, a little challenging.
They could be tough roads, but bad roads bring good people.
All right. Who do you think should be starting a running back?
I've already given you my proclamation.
Well, but it seemed like you were maybe backing off it a little bit.
Seemed like JSN on the Pivot podcast had you.
Not going to back down.
Yeah, it seemed like you were kind of backing down. And I thought Moore made a good point that over the last couple of days, it looks like there is a bit of a split between local and national view on the running back situation where, nationally it's all Kenneth Walker. We got, who was it, Ben Solak? Right, who was saying, Clint Kubiak's offense has to have this.
It's fantasy draft time, so they're looking at numbers. They're looking at past production. They're looking at big playability. If John Schneider and Mike McDonald are going to be consistent, and I think the roster moves, listening to John the other day, the sound we played yesterday of him talking about why it's Bobo, why it's Derek, why it's Cody, why?
Yeah.
Because they were better, because they earned it. How in the world could you look at the last 3 months plus and with a new staff, and as much as they've talked about the leadership of Zach, as much as they've talked about the durability, as much as they've talked about all of the attention to detail, how could you not then play the guy that has earned it for the last 3 months?
I totally agree. I mean, to me, it would be two things we've seen should indicate it. One, exactly what you just said, that he's the one who's been out there. And second, that I mean, if you're going to go with Bobo and Derek Young and the guys who are more physical on the outside, and you're going to carry 5 tight ends and a fullback, don't you have to go and start with the running back who fits that system better than anybody? To me, that feels fairly obvious. And that's not to say there's not a role for Ken Walker or that he couldn't end up being the guy in this offense, but I think I'm really with you. Like, you've got to start with Charbonnet.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm quite there as far as fit goes. I think Ken Walker can fit in this system and be asked to do the things that Zach Charbonnet can do. And he's got power, and he's got size, and he's got explosion. And then he's got a little different, jump cut prowess. So I don't see it as like, oh, he's only this kind of back. He's only
I'm not saying he's only that kind of. To me, it's not that. It's more just about the home run hitter versus the guy who's going to be more consistent. And I just think they need the consistency. And I think Charbonnet has shown that if you give him a hole, he'll scoot through it. All right, maybe he'll take it 30 yards instead of 50. But I've been really, I don't think that is like a major hole in his game. And I've just found Walker over the last few years, and maybe it's different in this system, to be frustrating, that there's just a lot of hit or miss. And I want a lot more 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 yard runs than I want to see any negative ones. I don't think they've got the ability to handle being in 3rd and 12 too often. I just don't.
You know what I am, Salk? Yeah, I'm a son of a coach. And as a son of a coach for a lot of years, when I was a broadcaster, I would have this the whole injury thing, which was so funny for me because my whole life was basically being injured, certainly my senior year of college and into the NFL. And maybe it is. Maybe I'm projecting because of that I want guys that post. I want guys that are available. And now doing this, I realize that as actually being a coach, and not just a son of a coach, but ring that bell of actually now being a coach. Yes. You got to post. You got to be available. You got to be trustworthy. All those things that Charbonnet has been.
206 says Zach should play the first few possessions, pound the defense, then bring in Ken Walker. I'll tell you what, I like that. And I think that after using a whole bunch of Zach and loosening up the defense and then bringing in a home run hitter at some point, great. I got no problems with that. But if you're asking me who should get the majority of the snaps, who should get the majority of the carries, who should start, it's Zach Charbonnet. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty clear.
Let's call it 15 carries, right, between those two guys. And then maybe jet sweeps and other run action and boots that turn into runs and everything. Let's say there's 25 carries in a game.
Okay.
15 out the gate should go to Zach and 10 should go to Ken.
That sounds right. That sounds about right. Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think that's about the right amount. Yeah. And by the way, if it's working well with Zach, that doesn't mean you don't bring in Ken. Like, great. I mean, like that change of pace should be really effective for them.
Kamara was already big on this, but he had 543 receiving yards for the Saints last year. Who is the pass catcher in this offense for those two? Or can you not do that as much here?
I'll tell you, I think you're going to see a lot of Charbonnet on 3rd down just because of his blocking. I mean, we were there that day, and I don't mean to blink scout it, but the difference between Ken Walker and some of the other guys stepping up in pass protection versus Charbonnet was the difference of okay to great. I mean, Charbonnet came up and popped people. Like, to me, I think he's going to be the guy on 3rd downs, not even because he's a great receiver, but just because he can block.
Yeah, and again, I think that's where there is a little more of a split of skill set, because that Charbonnet can do that better than Ken, and then Ken in the open field, like, him in space after catching a screen or a check down or something like that, there's some different movement skills.
All right. Well, Brock, a week from now, we will be getting ready to present the #1 most intriguing Seahawk as we get ready for the season, which will start a week from Sunday. Today, we are on to number 6, and in some ways, a throwback to the early parts of this countdown. In other ways, totally different. I'll explain next on Brock and Salk.
And the pitch on the way to Junior.
It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark.
Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck.
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck goodbye baseball number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Georgetown License reminds listeners 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Parents, please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Georgetown License, taking care of all your vehicle and vessel licensing needs for over 30 years. Online at georgetownlicense.com.
Dave Wyman joined by another Swedish cyberknife patient to offer a glowing endorsement of their prostate cancer treatment. Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer less than a year ago. How did you hear about Swedish cyberknife?
Well, it was this familiar sounding voice on the radio telling me about it, and so I thought I'd investigate that. Everything I heard was what I wanted to hear, and so I reached out.
What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
Well, you go in, you do a 5-day in a row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital, and it's they say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It's just a matter of listening to music in headphones and trying your best not to move.
Looking back on your Swedish cyberknife experience, what stood out?
It was too easy. It was just too easy. I went through it and I just went, that's it?
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed, all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike Heward
Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Final hour of our week. Someone will probably turn this into like some way of turning this like, Democrat, Republican, liberal political thing. But you know what's annoying? Having to pay to dispose of things that are in your house. Like our toilet broke, we got a new toilet, we put it in, and then you got to take the old one to the dump. $35 to dispose of your toilet. Right. Our tenant left a little cabinet. We had to get rid of $35 to dispose of the for whatever reason. That one thing, like you know me, Brock. Again, I'm not going to make this political, but I don't mind paying taxes. I understand. I have I'm a Democrat. That's how it goes. I understand, and that's the way I feel. I pay taxes. They go to bring me services. I'm not going to get into the debate on it. You guys, I'm sure many of you disagree. That's fine. But for whatever reason, I draw the line. Like I'm much more willing to pay my taxes than I am to pay $35 extra to dispose of the toilet.
Okay, well, two things
that just
along
makes
those
me
lines.
mad. I got to tell you.
Did you think of repurposing the toilet as an outdoor planter?
I did not. No,
because I've seen a lot of that.
I guess that's true. Save $35,
and you can save it. And then as far as the cabinet, you also repurpose that. You break up the boards. You kind of build it into something else for outside.
I think you know as well as I do that I don't have that skill. That is not the way my mind works. I don't have that strength.
How many toilet planters do you have at your house, Brock?
Oh, a ton. Yeah, Molly loves it.
I bet
Molly
she does.
Really,
yeah, that seems like it'd be right up her alley. Oh, I'll just use this toilet in my backyard.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's going to happen.
Bird feeder. I mean, there's any number of things you could repurpose that toilet
for whatever reason, man. That just gets me. Like that just really gets under my skin. Having to pay money to have the trash extra trash taken away.
Yeah.
Like you're encouraging me to keep it. What am I supposed to do with it?
What if you put it outside with your garbage on garbage day?
We did that. Nobody took it. So then Heather had to take it to the dump, or else you got to do the bulky item pickup, which works. But oh my gosh, now. I will defend the city for a moment. I had a street light go out on my street a couple weeks ago, and I went to the website, and it was super easy. I quick button, this, that, and the other, street light out, here's where it is. Week later, fix a street light, back up and running. I was very impressed. Didn't take them very long at all.
Great.
So, I guess I would have rather paid $35 for that than to get rid of the stupid thing. All right, let's continue our countdown. I'm sorry. I've wasted some time. It for whatever reason, gets under my skin. Heather just texted me, I just went to the dump, and here's what I did. $35? $35?
Okay, here we go. Number 6.
Number 6.
Yeah, you could smash it all and throw it in the recycling, but that doesn't feel right either. I'm not going to do that. Number 6, Brock, is a compromise. Two guys tie for number 6, and because their stories, I think, are inexorably linked, they have to go together, and that is Jackson Smith-Njigba and Cooper Kupp, your two wide receivers. To me, are together the number 6 most intriguing Seahawk. How many times have we talked about what this offense will look like and whether or not these two guys are up for the challenge of playing not a position that's foreign to them, but a role that might not be what they're best suited for in an ideal world. And, they're good. They're really good players. They're both really good, productive wide receivers, but they both share some similar skills that aren't necessarily your platonic form of a number 1 wideout. Benjamin Solak, who I just mentioned, was talking about that challenge for Jackson this year.
He can be a wide receiver 1 in the sense that he can be your primary target getter. He can have those 12 catch games. He can beat man coverage. He can win in the red zone. Is JSN ever going to be that paragon that comes to our mind, that image we conjure up of Calvin Johnson and Andre Johnson? I don't know where I'm stuck on the Johnsons, but the Justin Jeffersons, these bigger guys who win on the outside down the field. It's just not where his bread is buttered, and so you need an OC who's willing to work around that. But if you're asking me, man, can JSN be the leading target getter on one of the 10 best passing games in football? Can he be a 120 reception, 1,300 yard player? Yeah, he absolutely can be.
I think he sums it up perfectly, right? He's absolutely a number 1 receiver in terms of the ability to make a ton of catches and put up the numbers, but in a different role than maybe we're accustomed to, or a different form than maybe we're accustomed to. So Yeah, look, as I said earlier, Brock, I don't know whether this team is going to major in an ability to come back from, third and long, second and long, big explosive plays down the field with the passing game. They just don't seem to be built that way. But these two guys are going to have to step up and really, as much as I love running the ball, you can't not throw it. This isn't actually the Stone Ages. You've got to use the two in combination with each other. Bill Barnwell says actually Cooper Kupp is like the key here.
There's upside there, right? Cooper Kupp was a true number one upper echelon elite of elite receiver as recently as 2 years ago? It's not like he's that far removed from that point of his career, but he's been injured pretty much nonstop or off and on, and I think it's hard to sort of gauge where he's at. I think when I'm trying to project this, I'm also looking at talent, but I'm also looking at the injuries. What are the chances that this guy's going to be healthy for 17 games, which is so tough?
Yeah, if Cooper Kupp is a return, Brock, to what he was a couple of years ago, if Jackson Smith and Jigba continues to develop, they drafted this guy in the first round, and generally that's an opportunity to draft somebody who's a star, a number one type of wide receiver, the offense probably is going to be fine. And they'll probably, have some success off of the success of the running game. But there's no doubt that there are a lot of storylines and question marks about what this wide receiver room looks like, led by the two guys at the top, and whether or not they can have success in a role that maybe they're not ideally suited for.
Yeah, I'd challenge Barnwell just a little bit because it was 21. That's a lifetime ago in football. That was 145, 1947, and 16 touchdowns. That is insane. Since then, it's 79, 59, 67, 6, 5, 6. So as many touchdowns the last 3 years combined as that one season. The name that just continues to come to my mind and did last year with Daniel Jeremiah, and looking at his numbers, Salk, I think these are the numbers. If JSN is going to become the number one guy, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown. And you look at Amon-Ra St. Brown the last 2 years, 119, 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns. 115, 1,200 yards, 12 touchdowns. JSN last year, 100, 1130, but just the 6 touchdowns. So he's got to get to double-digit touchdowns. I think that is doable. I think if there is any guy that fits in the old Cal Raleigh intrigue level of like, well, you know what you got. He's a really good player. But can he be like the best in the league kind of player? You're talking about a 1,500-yard, and those touchdowns got to get to the double-digit side.
Well, there you go. That is number 6, Brock. The most intriguing Seahawks countdown will continue next week with 5 through 1, the top 5 next week. A lot of texts, not surprisingly.
But I would just say this, too.
Yeah.
Like, how insufferable would G. Scott be?
If Jackson's, unbelievable?
Yes.
Yeah, of course he would be. But I'll take it. That'd be fine. I'll deal with that.
All right.
I wouldn't mind that.
Okay, a lot of texts coming in on the toilet.
Speaking of insufferable, let's see. Some folks agreeing $35 to dispose of a mattress as well. Yeah, I know. Zach in the 253 doesn't get it. You paid $35 because you chose that route. You poo-pooed 2 other options. The pickup option, free, or break it and throw it in the garbage, free. Well, the pickup option's not free. Pickup option is the same $35. So you actually got that wrong. Unsurprisingly, the person who accuses me of being a Democrat didn't get the facts right. I'm very surprised by that.
See, the problem with this, Salk, here's the problem, too. This is part of the reason you're a little upset.
Worst of all, your wife handled it, not you.
Oh, okay. Well
that one, who cares?
You're on the air. Yes. Yeah, she had the margin. Okay.
She had the time to go do that today.
Here's
let's be
really clear. Here's the problem. If you had both the cabinet and the toilet in the vehicle at the same time, and you went and paid $35, and you got to relish throwing that porcelain toilet
that's true.
into it and relish
like Kyle
watching
says. Yeah.
the cabinet shatter.
Right.
There's part of it that would have
That's
been
an enjoyment fee that you're paying for, right? Like it's $35 to get to go do this.
That's right.
Yeah, that's
exactly
fair.
Right.
Yeah,
isn't that fair?
It is. No, that's fair. I guess what it is it's a general feeling about paying money for things that don't improve the quality of your life, but just allow you to continue, if that makes sense. It's like when you've got to pay for, I'm trying to think of a good example. What's another thing I hate? Like if you have to replace your water heater. Anything that you have to replace in your house.
Sure.
Okay, you got another water heater. Your life didn't appreciably get any better. You just it's just a cost of doing business type of thing. Right. Yeah. And those are the ones that I think are sort of aggravating. Anytime you have to pay for the cost of doing business.
Shocker.
Yeah.
You don't know about the cost of doing business.
No, I know about it. I just don't want to do it. That's all. I feel like I've paid my taxes. I'm willing to pay the taxes so that I don't have to deal with the damn toilet at the end of it all. We'll come back with everything you need to know, and then we'll get you guys on the phones to finish things up. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
And the pitch on the way to Junior.
It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark.
Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck.
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck goodbye baseball number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
It's back to school time again, and parents are pretty stressed out.
Can you blame us? The supply list, the sign-ups, the scheduling.
At least haircuts are easy at Great Clips.
It's true. With the Great Clips app, I checked him in before we left home, so we were in and out in no time.
I got a great haircut, and Mom got to check something off the to-do list. She really loves that.
Back to school can be a lot, but haircuts are easy at Great Clips. Download the app today.
Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Tune in September 7th as the Seahawks take on San Francisco. Kickoff is at 1:05 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners heading out on their last real big road trip of the season, Brock. Their last trip to the East Coast. And it's a tough one. Cleveland, Tampa, Atlanta. That's a lot of miles. The teams are not necessarily great. Only Cleveland is at 500, and they are exactly at 500. So it's not like you're playing world beaters, but this time of year and you're going to it's just a lot, and they just came back, and so it's been a lot of travel for them. It's time to show up. You said 5-4. I'd really like to see them go 6-3 and win all three of these series, and I guess I'd have a little bit more grace there were it not for the 2-7 road trip the last time. Like, it's time to make back up some of that. 4-2 at home was great, but 5-1 would have been better, and it's time to make up for some of that. And I think you have an opportunity to do it. You just got to go out and play really well. This lineup's good. Dan Plesac on yesterday said so himself.
Barring any injuries the next 5 weeks, and the Mariners get in, they're a team nobody wants to play. One, because of the pitching, and two, the improved lineup. Josh Naylor goes up there to swing. He's not going up there looking to walk. And Eugenio Suarez can get a little streaky. But, man, if he gets on one of those heaters and gets rolling, he hits righties, he hits lefties, he murders hanging breaking balls. I really like this team. And Julio Rodriguez kind of did what Julio does. You know, April into May, you're like, when's he going to get going? And he's started to pick it up now. They're a force. They're a really good team.
I like that word. Are they a force? They can be. When everything's clicking, this team is a force. It's just a matter of actually getting them all clicking like that.
It was a couple weeks ago after that 9-1 homestand, Salk, that we were talking not just about winning the division. Remember the conversation? You were like 2 back of Detroit, 2.5 back of Detroit. If you want to get back into that conversation, then a 5-4 road trip won't do it. 6-3, 6-4 probably, 6-3 won't do it. Like, you got to win all these, and maybe one of them you even sweep if you want to get back in that conversation. Because today you find yourself 6 back of both Toronto and Detroit. Impossible with 28 to go? No. And that last road trip, remember that one to New York and to Philly? Those teams were all good at home.
Mm-hmm.
These teams are all 500 at home. So
they're 500 at home. I guess that's better than they are on the road, or in Cleveland's case, exactly the same. But, yeah, I mean, you got to go out there and you got to kind of do your thing. Houston won last night. Red Sox won. Yankees won. The Royals were off. So, you know, the other teams are doing their thing, and you got to be doing yours as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We have made a decision on our offensive line. So, Abel started right tackle. Anthony Bradford started right guard. Jalen right now is our starting center. Gray's obviously at left tackle, and Charles Cross at left tackle, or left guard and left tackle, respectively. So, as you know, nothing's set in stone, but those guys have done a great job. Olu's done a phenomenal job. He's ready to go if anything happened, but that's the crew that we'll start the season with.
Yeah, it was Mike McDonald making that announcement yesterday. I do think that Sundell's job is probably a little more precarious, and based on the way he explained that and knowing where Olu's at, that makes some sense. But good. I'm glad to see that whole thing settled, and we'll find out whether or not it's a difference from last year. It sure looked to be in the preseason. We also heard yesterday about the status of a few of the injured players, Tyrese Knight, Torrey Horton, Jake Bobo.
Torrey, Tyrese, and Jake. Both Torrey and Tyrese practice in some capacity today. Jake will find out through the weekend.
Which makes sense with a concussion.
Yeah, good news. I mean, the body of work of the entire preseason, Salk, from an injury standpoint, which is such a big part of it, to get all that quality work, to have the joint practice, to have that second preseason game. And remember, your O-line, they played in those first two games. They played a fair amount of snaps, and to come out of it relatively healthy without losing really any key contributor over the month of July and August, that's positive. Moving ahead, no question about it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Big trade, big news in the NFL yesterday as Micah Parsons goes from Dallas to Green Bay. Yeah, Michael Parsons. Sorry.
Thank you.
Whichever way you want to say it. Nice job, Jerry. Anyway, 2 first-round picks and 29-year-old D-tackle Kenny Clark. Packers giving him a 4-year extension worth $188 million. And look, people are crushing Jerry Jones and the Cowboys for good reason. This does seem like a really stupid decision, and it feels like it was made for the wrong reasons. Now, I'm also not going to say it's impossible for this to work out because we've just seen too many examples where the entire world decides it's the worst thing ever. And then, Rafael Devers personally detonates the San Francisco Giants, who looked to be pretty good before he got there. And meanwhile, the Red Sox are now one of the best teams in the American League. But this was not handled well. Damian Woody with more.
Oh, terribly, because this trade wasn't out of strategy. This trade was more out of emotion, because everything we've heard coming out of Dallas and Jerry Jones was, we had this one-on-one meeting. We had a handshake deal, and I do business, handshake deals, and because of that, all of a sudden the whole thing, the relationship broke apart. But Jerry Jones is a smart businessman. He didn't make all his money just being emotional. He made his money by being strategic. And I don't think this was a strategic move, dealing your best player on the eve of the first game against the Philadelphia Eagles. If you're going to make this move, wouldn't it have made a lot more sense to do it in March?
Yes.
Yeah, when you could have used that first-round pick. Yeah, I think there's great conversation on both sides of this thing. I will say this, too, and I think I got emotional for player. I got emotional for agent, emotional for Jerry. Did you see the numbers, speaking of taxes, Salk? The difference of making $48 million in Wisconsin versus $40 million in Dallas.
Big difference.
It's about $900,000 is the take-home money difference.
Pretty crazy.
About almost $1 million. But yeah, that thing on paper, those taxes that are real, as old Malik McDowell will tell you, taxes are taxes.
Taxes is taxes.
Taxes is taxes.
Sure is.
Well, in Wisconsin, you're going to be paying a little more taxes. Is taxes.
You're getting a little more services, too. All right, that is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. My friend in the 253 says, incorrect. It's free. You get 2 a year. How do you know? You don't live in Seattle. You live in the 253. You just said so. It's in your name. How do you know what I have? You live in a different city. Oh my gosh.
So can I give you an idea for the future?
What?
Have just a I know space can be a little difficult thing, but you got a little bit of that. Have a little rage space. Those things that are going to go to the dump that you could just kind of put in that corner over there.
Take a bat to them.
And then, when you're really upset after, I don't know, a show.
They have rooms like that now, right? Like, you can go pay for that. You can go pay to come in and break stuff.
But I'm saying, like, keep that there, and then when it's time to go to the dump,
I don't need that.
You just get to release the Kraken.
No,
I don't need all that. You get to throw that toilet and watch that porcelain shatter to a million pieces, and you'll feel better.
No, I feel pretty good anyway. I don't need any of that. I'm doing just fine. I don't want that in my house. No, it's worth it. Get the toilet out of here. But it just...
Fine.
I don't know. It just
what's going to happen here when we release the phone lines?
I don't know. What are you guys expecting today? 866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. Every Friday at 9:30 we open up these phones and we let you guys steer the show for the last half hour of the week, and it goes in all kinds of crazy directions. We had Isabel last week, 9-year-old, big fan of Cecily Salk, and Cecily was pretty psyched about that.
I want to hear from homeboy in Idaho. I want to know how that 4-on-4 football is going.
You do, yeah.
Was it Lucas? What was his name?
I don't remember. I'm sure you can. Not surprised by. What do you guys want to talk about? 866-979-3776. Husky fans are always complaining, oh, you're not talking enough about us. All right, call the show. And Brock will be happy to talk Huskies with you leading into the first game tomorrow. You're going to the game, is that right?
Sure I am.
Brock's going to be there with Molly and Titus. Is this an official visit for Titus?
Not official visit, but recruiting visit.
It is.
With a couple of his teammates.
Oh,
It'll be pretty cool.
That's kind of awesome. I didn't realize it was all that, so that's kind of cool. Is that for Colorado State or for UW or for both?
That would be for the purple and the gold.
Okay, I'm just checking. I just want to make sure I got all the facts here.
Yes.
Mariners heading out on a huge road trip. Seahawks have their final 53 roster set. What do you guys want to talk about? It's up to you. Come up, bring something to the table today. 866-979-3776. Your call's next.
And the pitch on the way to Junior.
It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark.
Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck.
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck, goodbye baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical.
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Time of year, I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They are here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Seattle, your waterfront park is here. Celebrate the opening of 20 acres of world-class public space on the downtown shoreline at the grand opening celebration September 6th. Enjoy free live performances, family activities, cultural experiences, and more across the entire park. From Overlook Walk to Pier 62. Join Friends of Waterfront Park in the city of Seattle for this once-in-a-generation event. Be part of history. Plan your visit at waterfrontparkseattle.org.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We work with organizations all over Western Washington to donate used items. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
We live for the jaw droppers.
Gets hit in the backfield and dropped. Guess who? Witherspoon.
The deep balls sent sky high.
Gonna throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Big moments that throw you out of your seat.
And it's intercepted. Richard Sherman with a leaping interception.
Questioning the laws of physics and worthy of the celebration. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, baseball fans, T-Mobile is turning up the excitement with the Grand Slam giveaway. Want to score 4 premium tickets to an upcoming professional baseball game? This is your shot to experience the action like a VIP. Stop by your nearest T-Mobile Experience store and enter for your chance to win. While you're there, check out all the amazing deals and perks waiting for you with T-Mobile, your hometown network. Don't strike out. The Grand Slam giveaway won't last forever. Visit your local T-Mobile Experience store today for your chance to win 4 premium professional baseball tickets.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in from every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch, and the strike 3 called, and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here for the stretch run at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners are kicking off their next homestand with a 3-day Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway against the Cardinals, September 8th to 10th. Plus, don't miss the final Mariners fireworks night of the season, September 12th against the Angels, presented by T-Mobile. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know what? Shame on me. I haven't really listened to any Fella Cootie all this summer, so when I get out in the course today, maybe we'll throw a little Fella on for Fella Friday, Brock. I haven't done that at all.
You can break 90 today, Salk?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's been a rough couple rounds for me. I don't know what's going on. We'll try. We're going to try to get back to it. All right, we got a couple lines still open, which is annoying. 866-979-3776. You got to have a thought about the Mariners, where they're at right now. This is the final stretch. Like, how does it go? What's important? What do they need to do here down the final stretch? The Seahawks start a week from this weekend. Is this going to be a good team? Vegas is saying 8.5 wins. I got the over on that. What do you need to do in order to get to the over? What do you need to do to be better than the national folks think they're going to be? I mean, that's just a couple. And then, of course, all of the college football fans who are always complaining we don't talk enough about it. All right, well, what do you want to say? Give me a take. Talk about it with Brock. He's got a lot to say. He doesn't even have his outlet for college football this year because he's not going to be doing games every Saturday. So come on, let's go. 866-979-3776. We'll start in Spokane with Russ. What's going on, Russell?
Good morning, guys. I just want to tell you that I am a EWU student, and I travel about an hour every day. I'm a psychology and working with kids who have emotional, and you guys give me a break every day. Listen to you guys. I appreciate you guys. Brock, I play Madden, and I put you on every day. Mike, you're a great father. I appreciate you guys. I went to Baltimore. This is why I'm calling. I went to Baltimore with my son who's in the military serving and watched the Mariners play recently. And I just watched the class that Cal Raleigh had because I was right behind home plate. And they were just, you're F this, F that, you're a punk. I just want to talk about how Cal Raleigh's character.
So dealing with kind of fans
class,
being rude and yelling at him. Yeah.
Class through and through.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, Cal's a pretty classy dude.
You think so?
I think he is. I think that's also, to be expected at this point. I mean, like, that's I think most guys at this point, they know, especially when they're going to certain places, what they're in for in terms of the fans.
It's almost a compliment. The more you get cheered, right? The more you get hated. Yeah, when we played in Philadelphia, I remember very vividly. It was a Sunday night game. It was awesome in their old stadium, and it's just brutal, and their fans are brutal, and and we're introducing the offense, and Edrin gets booed, and Marvin gets booed, and then Peyton gets an onslaught of just absolute vitriol, and that's like, yeah, man, you want to get to that level, of course, where that opponent really doesn't care for you, and then Cal does handle it with a tremendous amount.
I think he knows that. I think the only time that it starts to cross the line is obviously once it becomes, about racial stuff or anything like that, where you're just like, okay, that obviously goes above and beyond. And fortunately, Cal probably doesn't have to deal with a lot of that. But I think
the body shaming. Do you think he has to deal with that, Salk?
I think he probably
Poor
likes
guy's
that.
called the big dumper. Right?
Well, he embraces the big dumper. If he didn't like the big dumper, he probably could have quashed that thing a while ago. I mean, he's doing an endorsement for Honey Bucket. I would say once you do that, you can't get upset if anybody's making cracks about the dumper.
I mean, does it bother more? Everybody comes out
with
Pringles cans.
But Moore
Everybody
doesn't
comes
have
out
an
with the
endorsement
Pringles
with
cans when they're hitting the Pringles cans.
She's not making money off of her long fingers
Does it
the way
bother me
Cal
that my
is.
boyfriend goes to work and people go, "Oh, that girl with the fingers"? Yeah, a little bit.
But that's fine. Maura, you're not making money off it. If you had a Pringles endorsement, then we'd feel
then
differently.
I'd be absolutely fine with
Absolutely. And Cal's got his Honey Bucket endorsement, so he's just fine. 866-979-3776. Let's go to Dano in Seattle. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Huge fan of the show. Of course, I listen every day.
Thank you.
Who doesn't, So a lot of people say lifelong Mariners fan. I am literally a lifelong Mariners fan. I attended the very first game in '77, so huge fan. And every year people say, okay, this is our year. This is our year. But honestly, this year feels different. Okay, I think that this is going to be our year to get to the World Series. That being said, my question to you is, so our starting three, I think we got to go with Wu, Gilbert, and Kirby, right, as our top three in the playoffs.
Well, sure, except you need four.
Well, not, yeah.
Not in the first three games out of the wild card.
But you're going to need four. Who's your four?
Right. So
who's your four?
Of course, Castillo. But that being said, in the wild card round, will Castillo accept his role in the bullpen? And how do you think that he would fare in the bullpen as, a guy in the bullpen who should be a starter, but he hasn't done what he
I don't
do.
think you would end up pitching him in the bullpen, even in a wild card series. I don't think it would happen.
Really? Okay.
No, I think
All
he'd
right.
probably be ready to start game one of the next series. I don't think they would do it that way. You would have so many relievers available to you. I mean, at that point in your scenario, you've already moved Bryce Miller to the bullpen, and by then you probably have Emerson Hancock, assuming he's done pretty well here down the stretch. I mean, you've got so many guys in your bullpen, it would really require something strange in order to have Castillo there. But if you needed to, fine. Yeah, I'm sure he would go do it. I don't think
how would
that's
he
a huge
respond,
surprise at
Dano?
all.
I think we've seen his character.
Thing worked out, a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look. Well, but how about the way the George Kirby thing worked out in that same season? I mean, I think he'd be just fine. By all accounts, he is like the ultimate teammate who just wants to help the team win. I think he'd be fine with it.
I'll say this. I was thinking about this the other day and talking to somebody about it, and I feel pretty strong about it in terms of how you'd slot your rotation. If you're going to be at home, sure, slot it how you want. It could be Wu, Gilbert, Kirby. It could be Gilbert, Kirby, Wu. But if you're going to have a series like in the ALDS where you split up your games, I would pitch Logan and Kirby the first two games at home and make sure Brian Wu's pitching that road game, given he is the only guy that's pitched well on the road.
Now, the other challenge you're going to end up with here, or maybe interesting decision to make, assuming things go well for the next month, and you come down the final stretch, final few games, and Kansas City and Cleveland kind of fritter off, and you're going to be in the playoffs. Maybe it's the third wild card, the second wild card. You don't know which wild card you're going to be, but you're going to be one of the three wild card teams, and maybe the division's out of reach, or even if the division is within reach, but you're not going to get one of the top two seeds. how hard do you go at trying to, win every last game versus setting up your rotation the way you want to for a playoff situation?
You got to play at home. That's what I say.
I tend to agree with you. I think you want to play at home, and you really, obviously, if a bye is in play, great. But the difference between the 5th and 6th wild card, I don't think there's much of a difference there at all. So it'll be that's an interesting one. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me try Kevin in Everson. Good morning, Kevin.
Morning, guys. I just want to start with talking about the Hawks. So I really have a thought that Mike Macdonald's going to be an all-time great. I just have that feeling. Everything he says, the way that the team's coming together, just the way that he isn't stuck in one way, but he's able to adapt. He's young. I mean, if I was in a fantasy dynasty league for coaches, I would probably take him. And I know there's other young guys, particularly in the division, but this guy just has like a Parcells kind of feel to it. But better with young players. And then I also want to go to just kind of my concerns with the team this year. I do think I still stand by, they're going to play for the NFC Championship. They're going to play in that game, I think. But my concerns are depth at linebacker and guard. We saw what happened last year with the first two linebackers they ran out on the field. And those guys struggled, and they struggled mightily defensively until they made that change. If one of the two guys this year that they're starting with gets hurt, and we know Tyrese Knight's, had those issues this offseason already, I have concerns with them stopping the run. And then my other concern is at the guard spot. And so I don't feel like they have a lot of depth there. I like the way they're going to run the football with the group they've got, but those are two high injury rate positions, and I just am concerned with what they've got behind those guys.
Yeah, I think that's all very fair, Kevin. I think they would say the same thing if John Schneider was here. He's probably nod along and go, Kevin. I think that's very fair. The only positive is really 31 other teams have other spots of their rosters, and in particular on the offensive line and linebacker. All around the league, there's not enough supply at both of those spots. I think it's fair. As he was talking about Mike Macdonald, I was trying to think over the last 25 years, this century, of a young, up-and-coming defensive coordinator turned head coach like Mike. Mm-hmm. We have seen plenty of offensive-minded guys, right? Plenty of them. The McVays and the Shanahans and O'Connell in Minnesota. We've seen a lot of offensive-minded.
Right.
Andy Reid an offensive-minded, Sean Payton an offensive-minded. I guess Mike Tomlin would probably be, you'd have to point to Mike Tomlin as the comp, as a secondary coach for a long time, kind of cut his teeth there, and then was a young guy as a head coach and has been an unbelievable rock of stability there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, there haven't been a lot of them that have come up on that side of the ball. Just on those concerns, I mean, I get it. I think those all make sense. I don't know how many teams don't have guard concerns in terms of depth. Like, how many guards are you supposed to have? I'm just happy they might have one or two this year, which would be one or two more than they've had for the last few years. Mm-hmm. And then I guess on the linebacker thing, I agree. That is a position where they don't have a lot of depth. But the fact that they were able to completely remake it over the course of last year tells me that if you do have a depth problem, maybe there's another way to solve it. I mean, they solved it last year.
They did.
Maybe they can solve it again if they absolutely need to. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me try Brandon in Salt Lake City. What's up, Brandon? Good morning.
Hey, Mike, Brock, good to be on. Thank you guys for taking the call.
Sure.
I just wanted to chat Mariners for a little bit as we come down the stretch here, and just a couple questions. Some things that I saw concerning. Obviously, I'm not talking about Gino's bat. I'm talking about his glove. There's been some plays, and I think you guys have mentioned to it or hinted to it that there's some plays that I've seen out on the field that Ben Williamson, I felt like would have, swallowed up and been able to handle, and then a run comes in and you're dealing with that. So for the life of me, I can't understand why, if Cal is that catcher, why can't Ben be on this team and Gino be hitting DH? And the other side of that is why, tell me there's something that Mitch Garver is doing that Harry Ford can't be up here doing. And these guys, I get Garver's been in as you go down the stretch. Garver's been in the World Series. He's won a World Series. He's got that veteran class to him.
He's actually hit against lefties for some of this year. I mean, I don't know that I don't know, but I've never seen it in the big league. So the idea of saying, hey, you know what we need to do now is try out a rookie and hope it works in the final 28 games of the season. I don't know, man. That would be pretty rough for me. I don't know if he can handle it in terms. He's not necessarily known as a great defensive catcher, and Garver has been fine. I'm not saying he's been incredible, but he's been fine as a defensive catcher. You want to let Harry Ford catch for the first time in the big leagues twice a week when Cal wants his DH days, 2, sometimes 3 days a week? No, thank you. No, I'll take a veteran catcher in that spot.
What about Ben being up here with,
I would like to see him up here. I think he would play. I've said this before. Thank you. Yeah, I think he would play a bigger role than Solano has. I don't know
when
why.
they expand the roster here. When does that happen? Next week?
Yeah, I think one of those two guys could be up. Except you're probably going to have to go 10 games without Robles during that time. So you're not.
By the way, have you seen what Williamson's done since he's been back?
He's been unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Phenomenal.
I know, which is
awesome.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the Geno versus Ben thing is not really much of a debate. Geno's been okay in the field, but more than that, like the 2 3-run home runs, I mean, what he brings with the bat and everything else, it's more than worth it. Would I like to see Williamson on this roster now over Solano? Yeah, I probably would. I think he provides more value than what you're getting from Solano at this point.
I will also just tell people, for anybody that's on a similar train saying certain things about Mitch Garver, that to your point, Salk, about the left-handed pitching, in the last 3 months, when you go back to May 29th, he's got a 146 WRC plus against left-handed pitching. He's OPSing almost 900 against lefties. So when you throw out a lineup that has Garver in there against lefties, it makes all the sense in the world these days.
It's actually been pretty good. I know it's frustrating, and I know that there's a lot of bad blood and history that comes into all that. But the numbers show you he's actually been pretty good against lefties.
And yet he's got a 305 on base and a 205 average.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that? How do you reconcile that?
I'm not.
I get it versus lefties, but anytime they make a pitch and change, he's got to go up against. It's just.
Well, and I think they would like to have Harry Ford as a third catcher so that you could make some changes with him late in games when Cal's DHing. I think they would love to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But hard to do when you have a roster and can only have 2 catchers on it. When you get the opportunity to add a third, then maybe there is room for Harry Ford at that point. But I'm not going to start throwing Harry Ford in there every couple of days as a rookie for the last 28 games of the season. I don't think that makes a tremendous amount of sense. Let me try Sean, who's in Virginia. What's up, Sean?
Hey, thanks, man. So I'm a lifelong Husky fan. Probably saw every game Brock played in Husky Stadium. I'm super excited for the season tomorrow. I think they're on the path to recover from all the devastation of when DeBoer left. So the prediction seems to be right around 8 wins. What will have to happen for them to get more than 8? And what will have went wrong if they get less than 8?
Yeah, more than 8 is Damon Williams is everything and more. Not to put it all on one guy, but he just erases. He's an eraser for some of the, still challenges on the offensive line. And frankly, the receivers are not what they have been in years past. You go out and watch them, and they have been elite there, obviously, with a bunch of NFL guys that season and even last year, some guys that were difference makers. So Damon is going to have to be an eraser. He's going to have to be a creator. He's going to have to run for 400, 500, 600 yards if they're going to win more than 8 games and complement the 2-headed monsters that are at tailback. So that would be that. To be less is he gets injured, and then it's catastrophic. Then the drop-off between Damon, and that's no offense to the 2 freshmen nor the Tulane transfer, but it is a absolute night and day difference.
He's the reason that they are highly thought of, right?
Well, I mean, it is a more complete roster. The offensive line is better than a year ago. The 2 backs, as I said, are NFL dudes. The tight end room is deep. They got a couple really good edge players. The corners are NFL corners. So it's not a one-man show. Mm-hmm. They've got enough pieces there to, win 8 games, to that caller's point. But to be beyond that, he'll have to be absolutely extraordinary, and especially with his legs.
All right, let me go to Sean in Kent. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, Salk. You better beat 90 today. I mean, in honor of Labor Day weekend 2025.
I know.
I can't.
Seriously.
So you do it for us.
Play all this golf, Salk. It's about time you break 90, okay? Consistently.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
I usually break 90, by the
I
way.
know.
That's actually a fairly consistent thing. 85 is a very different matter, but I usually break 90.
Okay, great.
Start from the Red Tees then. So Gilbert is without question our number one starter when it comes to starting the playoffs.
Ooh, that's hot. That's a hot take. That's a hot take. I think
the problem
Brian Wu's
is-
body of work would say to you, what are you smoking? What are you smelling? What are we talking about?
Oh, 100%. And that's what I need Logan to be more consistent through the end of the year to remain that uncontested starter. Because Bryan is showing that 26 starts of 6 innings in a row, one away from Felix. And he just needs to get back into that form and give it everything he's got the rest of the year into the playoffs. Because without his consistent starts, I'm worried about that 4th and 5th game coming back around.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited to see Emerson in the bullpen with Miller switching it up, because it's a pretty shown fact that our bullpen has struggled, and I'm so happy they've done everything they needed to this year. They've added bats. They're bringing back arms. This is our time, and they just need to be more consistent.
All right. Appreciate the call. Yeah. No, I mean, I think a lot of that's very true.
28 games to go, man. 9 on this road trip. You do the math, you become a teenager after this trip.
Yes.
I mean, it's seriously like the sense of urgency and how big these 9 games are against, let's face it, pretty middling teams that don't have the kind of firepower, don't have the kind of talent.
That's why I said
that
6
you
and
just
3.
went on the road and faced.
I kind of like to see you go 6 and 3 here.
All right.
Again, the season's not over if you don't, but let's get going, right? Like 6 and 3 in this road trip. Kind of start to put even a little bit more distance between you and the Royals and the other teams that aren't in it right now, and try to track down whether it's Houston or even Detroit or Toronto. 866-979-3776. Grab Jason in Magnolia. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, guys. And when Brock is right, he is right. Charbonnet will be the next Terrell Davis. Everybody talks about K9's explosiveness, this and that. Terrell Davis ran a 4.7 40, and he was always breaking free because he had good vision, like Zach does. Zach is faster, bigger than Terrell Davis, and he could see the cutback lanes. He is going to be phenomenal. Draft him on your fantasy team.
All right.
Period.
Thank you,
And the
Jason.
next question.
Okay. Yes. Keep going. Keep it going.
Question I have for you guys is, why isn't anybody talking about the fact that Green Bay just paid a 240-pound basically defensive end, $47 million a year. $47 million. He's going to be hurt. He had 12 sacks last year. We have a guy that we're paying $2 million that had 8. I think we were in the running for him, but because you can see how McDonald kind of answered that question. But I think we dodged a bullet, guys.
I don't know whether I think they were in the running for him. I don't know that I heard that yesterday. I played the McDonald sound earlier, and I heard essentially the opposite of that. I don't think they were necessarily in the running for him. But, okay, let's come back to the Charbonnet thing. Brock, was Terrell Davis good?
Yeah.
Okay, agreed.
Really good. Yes.
Was Terrell
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Should he be in the Hall of Fame?
That's a different
That's a little iffy, right?
Yeah.
Of all the guys, like, Terrell Davis is a really good running back.
He's a Hall of Greats.
Hall of Fame?
Hall of Fame?
He's a Hall of Fame running
If
back?
he's in the Hall of Fame, Marshawn Lynch is in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. I mean,
100%.
like, the problem he has is what Olandis Gary and what was the other guy's name? Mike Anderson did after him. It just kind of cheapened it a little bit and made it seem as if, the guys who belonged in the Hall of Fame were all of the guys up front on that offensive line and the coaching staff that created
Well, he won
that
2
offense.
Super Bowls. He was at the center of it for John.
Yeah.
And honestly, if they run the ball and the Seahawks win 2 Super Bowls, they might have won a 3rd Super Bowl. And then it's not even a debate or conversation.
Well, the only thing that takes away from it is that Shanahan just pumped out 1,000-yard rushers like it was nothing there. But hey, if he wants to be like Terrell Davis in that way, hopefully the Kubiak system works a lot.
I'll take 1,000 yards from Zach Charbonnet.
What do you think about him on your fantasy team, Maura? What do you think
Maura.
about Charbonnet?
Oh yeah,
I'm in a keeper league.
Definitely...
I'm in a dynastic keeper league, 247. Do I take him?
I don't know what a dynasty. Dynasty? I would definitely take both Seahawks running backs, but I think right now Walker's still ranked a little higher on a lot of the projections. I would
Have
probably.
you seen Ken Walker? Seen him?
Just because of health, I think I would take Charbonnet.
I would too, I think. I'm with you.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Labor Day weekend, long weekend. Weather's going to be beautiful. Wear your white pants, because after this weekend, no chance to do that, Brock.
Oh, are you wearing your white ones on the course today?
I may wear no, it's too hot for that. But I may wear white at some point this weekend as a final goodbye to summer. And then I'll be in Monday. Brock will be back on Tuesday. More and Lyle will be with me as well. We may come in at 7, though, instead of 6. Just letting you guys know now.
Don't tell them.
I know, so don't wake up that early on Labor Day weekend. We'll catch you guys then. And for the weekend, Brock, the hay
is in the barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
And the pitch on the way to Junior. It's been 27 years since a Mariners slugger has reached the half-century mark.
Breaking ball belted into the upper deck!
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Upper deck goodbye baseball number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56.
Magical!
And the Mariners push to the playoffs. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Bump letting you know the Labor Day sales event is on at West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. The 2025 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duty brings muscle and good looks with class-leading torque and towing. Don't sleep on the new grille, LED lights, and tech upgrades. On sale now for $8,000 off MSRP, subject to credit approval. Offer ends September 2nd. West Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it!
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
This Labor Day at Lowe's, shop member-only doorbuster deals for a limited time. Save $50 on an Ego string trimmer, now $169. Plus, get 50% off select Holland pavers. Not a rewards member? Sign up for free today. But hurry, Labor Day doorbuster deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 9/1 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
A massive trade rocked the NFL yesterday. We didn't think they'd do it, but they did. The Dallas Cowboys traded 4-time Pro Bowl edge rusher Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers on Thursday.